I'm gonna also just pass the buck and say, yeah, I got nothing.
I mean, you can follow us, I guess, on the How Did This Get Made Twitter.
Yeah, you can follow us on Twitter and on our Facebook
eat
page.
Shit.
Yeah, we're at HDTGM and we're on Facebook at How Did This Get Made. Big thanks to Avril Halley who cut all these amazing clips. July Diaz, Nate Kiley, Marissa Zeitz, Leanna Waldron, everybody here at Largo, everybody at Earwolf. Thank you guys so much for coming out to a live How Did This Get Made. We'll see you on a mini episode. Woo!
Hello, hello. This is Negin Farsad, the host of Fake the Nation, where we talk about politics, we talk about news, and we have a laugh.
We were laughing.
Every week, a cast of my funniest, smartest, and most politically astute friends, people like John Fugelsang, Liz Winstead, Dean Obidala, and others, tackle all the major issues like climate change.
America leads the world in people who think climate change is fake, but pro wrestling is real.
Guns.
I started calling the NRA the AK-47%.
Filibuster? I don't even know her. Okay, that's not a major issue, but it's a really great pun. Guys, Fake the Nation is all the comedy about politics without any of the politics about politics.
Fake the Nation!
This has been an Earwolf production, executive produced by Scott Ackerman and Chris Bannon. For more information and content, visit earwolf.com.
Welcome to Theories
of the Third Kind.
Welcome. First off, I want to say thank you for joining us in the fight against the global elites. And I want to say thank you as well to whomever you are listening for opening your mind to receive this extra knowledge nugget each week. You know, it means a lot to all of us, and I just want you to know that. And we don't say it to say it, we say it because we mean it.
Also, before we start, since you, whomever you are a Patreon subscriber, by now you should always remember that this means you get priority in topic suggestions. So feel free to shoot those suggestions over to us either by email, Instagram DM, Facebook, or Discord direct.
So today's episode is over Alex Jones. How today's episode will go is that we'll first go into his childhood, then transition over into his career. Then after his career, we'll go into some strange facts and findings, then move along to theories, and then end it all with our own personal thoughts and theories. With that being said, take it away, Alex.
Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of individuals, especially the sheeple that follow the globalist elite scum, like to think that I am a CIA plant or that I'm Bill Hicks. Well, on today's episode, Theories of the Third Kind is going to set the record straight. Patreon exclusive.
Thank you for that awesome intro, Alex. Now take a seat and listen to your own childhood and this amazing episode about you. All right, Brother Aaron.
Oh my God.
All right, so just like every topic each week, we have to start where it all began. So we're going to go into his childhood. So, Hans, can you start it off for us?
Of course. Alexander Emmerich Jones was born in Dallas, Texas on February 11th, 1979. His father was a dentist and his mother was a homemaker. His family was fairly normal, and Alex initially spent the first years of his childhood living in Rockwall, Texas, which is a town just outside of Dallas.
Side note, I used to live in Rockwall. I lived there for about almost 2 years.
Really?
Yeah. It was up near Garland.
Yeah, I know where that is.
Yeah. So, little ritzy area.
Was that when you were visiting your uncle, Uncle Alex?
Yeah. All right, continue. Tell us about his teenage years, Dan.
All right. When Alex was a teenager, his family relocated to Austin. He attended Anderson High School, where he played football and graduated in 1993. After graduating high school, Alex briefly attended Austin Community College, but ended up dropping out.
In 1995, Alex worked for a public access cable TV program in Austin, Texas that had like a call-in format, which is just where people call in, by the way. Then in 1996, 1 year later, he switched to radio and began hosting The Final Edition on KJFK radio station. Through this show is where he often expressed his belief that the United States government was involved in the Oklahoma City bombing the year prior. Now, he started to receive a lot of mail from listeners and fans who not only appreciated his belief, but also provided him with more information and proof of his theories that he would talk about on the radio station.
In 1997, Alex started on a project of creating a documentary film titled America Destroyed by Design. He used an outdated VHS camera that he had to borrow and the editing equipment at the TV studio of his full-time job. Also, he had multiple other jobs at the time, which included working at a golf course and selling memberships at a gym. It took him around a year to complete this documentary.
The documentary was released in 1998 and was a success. Alex was able to make around $500,000 on it. The money that he made from the film, he reinvested it into his media company that he was then starting.
And a little knowledge nugget here, but Richard Linklater, who was a Austin-based director for films, he ended up watching Alex's documentary that he published a year prior, which was the America Destroyed by Design, and he was kind of impressed with it. So he ended up casting Alex in his movie, which was A Scanner Darkly. And if you've never seen that movie, it's actually pretty damn good. The graphics on it are a little weird, though. I don't want to say it's cartoonish, but it's not normal. But it's not cartoonish, but it has like a cartoonish feel. But to sell you on it, it has Keanu Reeves in it.
Oh, definitely watching it.
Need I say more? It's a great movie. Go check it out.
Oh, Keanu.
Praise Keanu. So around this time of his film being released, a lot of things were happening with Alex. In 1998, Texas governor at the time, George W. Bush, was holding a rally in Texas. At this rally, Alex interrupted his speech and started demanding that the Federal Reserve and Council of Foreign Relations be abolished. And we have the video right here that we'll play for you guys.
Yeah, and we'll play that right now.
The victory will be an endorsement of a philosophy. I believe in my heart of hearts the victory in 1998 is going to be good for Texas, and that's the most important thing about the campaign.
Sir, shouldn't we abolish the Federal Reserve and the CFR? That's the real reality that none of you will talk about, and most of you are members. That's what's destroying this country, Governor. Don't you stand for America, sir? What about the Federal Reserve and the CFR? You people are being lied to. This country's been taken over by Europe, and I'm being drug out. Laugh at it.
Damn.
Man, he really went after Bush there. Bush didn't even respond. He just kind of looked over at his security detail and was like, "Get him the fuck out of here.
Do it.
Execute Alex Jones."
Like the comment said, though, they were just like, Alex called him sir.
Yeah.
He was polite.
Well, like the video shows, he was then, yanked out of the dang rally.
Yep. But good for him standing up.
For what he believes in, yeah.
So that same year, he went on his radio show and started gathering support to rebuild the Branch Davidian Church as a memorial to those who had died.
Hell yeah.
Alex claimed that David Koresh and his followers were peaceful people who were murdered by Attorney General Janet Reno and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, aka the ATF, during the siege in 1993.
Because that is what happened.
Yeah.
Proven.
So, We did find a clip that has Alex questioning the Attorney General, so we will play that right now.
And whenever tyrants come into your town or city, it's important to confront them, whether they're politicians or bureaucrats.
Over 4 years ago, I was interviewing former and current CIA officials about the Delta Force murdering people at Waco. They were extremely concerned. That's now been borne out in the Dallas Morning News and other publications. When are you finally going to come clean about the mass murder and using high-level special operations killers to kill Americans for publicity? Very important. Number one, about the Delta Force. Number two, Senator John Danforth, your special counsel. How can he be independent, as you and others have said, when he is appointed by you to investigate you? That's the questions. Thank you.
The crowd giggled and laughed, and Reno refused to answer the question. Makes you proud to be an American.
Dude, she was pissed. Do you see her hand on the podium?
Gripping that, dude. She was like, oh, fuck.
It didn't seem like she had anything to say.
Nope, she was like, you're on the next hit list.
Oh, I'm going to send Delta Force after you, Alex. But with these B12 vitamins.
So those type of confrontations is what kind of started growing Alex's listener base, you know, and his following, so to speak, is that those type of like call outs, I guess you could say, calling out the elite for their bullshit, you know? So a year later in 1999, Alex's radio show started getting the highest ratings ever. Actually, it received the highest ratings in Austin, Texas, and won the Austin Chronicle's Readers Poll for the best Austin talk show radio host. Now, even though he was the man and everybody wanted to listen to him, and he was bringing in these huge ratings for the radio show, he was fired later that year for refusing to broaden his topics. They were like, look, you got to get away from all this conspiracy stuff, all these fringe theories you're talking about, and talk about something else. And he's like, I can't talk about anything else. It's all I know. That's what I'm passionate about. And they're like, you're fucking fired. So the station's operation manager did note, he said he went on record saying that Alex Jones's views on certain things made it difficult for the station to sell advertising. So that's the whole thing was, I mean, yeah, he was bringing in listeners, but no advertisers wanted to pay for any spots because they're like, ugh, he's talking about some weird stuff and we don't want to be associated with it. So yeah, that was in 1999.
Alex was questioned about his firing, in which he stated, and I quote, "It was purely political, and it came down from the high up. I was told 11 weeks ago to lay off Bill Clinton, to lay off all these politicians, to not talk about rebuilding the church, to stop bashing the Marines, A to Z."
I believe that. I mean, he was on the radar as soon as he went and confronted George Bush. He came on the radar even more after he questioned Janet Reno. And then he became, less than a year later, Austin's most popular radio host. So, yeah, I believe that politicians were like, get him off the air.
Right. Shortly after that, Alex founded Infowars.com, which was his media company. He then started to broadcast independently from home, where no one could censor his programs.
In 2001, Alex Jones's radio show, which was the Infowars.com, it ended up becoming very popular and was syndicated on 100 stations nationwide. So he was like, hell yeah. However, after the 9/11 attacks in 2001, Alex issued a statement that said that the attacks were controlled demolitions and that the government blew up the World Trade Center buildings. Which, I mean, now it wouldn't be that big of a thing to say. I mean, it seems to be kind of widely accepted, right? But back then, right after it happened, it was a super hot topic. And nobody wanted to have anything to do with them, and everybody was all patriotic. And because of that statement that he made, 70% of the stations that ended up picking him up and syndicating him nationwide, 70% of them canceled his radio show.
In the following decades, by churning out the news every day and having some interesting guests on the show, he was able to slowly grow his audience and business. He also came up with some innovations, such as broadcasting the radio show as a TV show on the internet. He also managed to put out a couple of more documentary movies while doing his radio show. Alex also kept his website filled with the latest news.
Over the years, Alex's website InfoWars continued to grow and grow. As of 2014, it received approximately 10 million monthly visits, making its reach more extensive than mainstream news websites such as The Economist and Newsweek. Alex also started to expand his facilities, adding more space for new studios and more writers and editing people.
To make money, Alex had relied on advertising, donations, selling subscriptions, various supplement products like bone broth, books, videos, and merchandise. In 2016, it was reported that Alex Jones and his website, InfoWars, had revenues of over $20 million a year. Jesus Christ.
So needless to say, Alex and his businesses were doing great. However, some individuals didn't like Alex and wanted to deplatform him and take away his revenue stream.
By early 2020, Alex Jones and his business were all banned from Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, the Google Play Store, the Apple Store, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Vimeo, Pinterest, MailChimp, LinkedIn, and PayPal. All of the platforms citing various reasons such as hate speech and bullying, to just name a few.
Currently, Alex still runs his site, Infowars.com, as well as a new video service called Band.video. It's kind of like his own YouTube, but it's just him and his partners that have other video channels similar to Infowars. He still sells supplements and merchandise, and according to him, he still fights the elites. And that's the history of Alex Jones. I know a lot of you are saying hey, there's a lot more things that he did in his life that happened and you guys didn't touch on. Well, we're going to touch on it pretty soon because we have strange facts and findings to get into, and it's a long list. So Hans, start it off for us and hop us right into strange facts and findings.
Now let's hop into our first strange fact and finding, which are the platforms that have banned Alex Jones with some of their statements and reasonings. So most of these bans happened nearly on the same day in 2018, some a few weeks later, and some a couple years later. The first one we're going to go over is Facebook and Instagram at the same time.
In 2019, Alex found himself in Facebook's crackdown on extreme right-wing radical violence.
So when they say extreme right-wing radical violence, we're not calling Alex that. That is what Facebook was cracking down on, and they identified Alex
Correct.
as being a part of that in their definition. So just to be clear, moving forward.
Now, Facebook and Instagram banned him for his behavior online and offline as well. Facebook cited that Alex's account was removed after a long review into his calls for violence, racial slurs, and hate speeches. Now, Facebook declined to cite specific reasons why he truly got banned, but they did cite that Alex appeared twice in videos with the group called Proud Boys, which they said did help sway their decision.
By the way, I've never heard Alex say a racial slur.
No.
And that's me, growing up with him and having him over for Christmas and stuff like that. And I've never heard him say a racial slur in my life, so I have no idea what they're talking about there. Anyways. Okay, so we do have a statement made by a spokesperson from Facebook that we found about Alex Jones and some others that they banned. It said, and I quote, "Today, we are removing Alex Jones, Paul Nellman, Milo Yiannopoulos, I don't even know how to pronounce that long-ass name, Paul Joseph Watson, Laura Loomer, and InfoWars from Facebook and Instagram under our policies against dangerous individuals and organizations. All representation of these people and entities will be removed from our services. We've always banned individuals or organizations that proclaim a violent or hateful mission or are engaged in acts of hate or violence. This is true regardless of ideology or motivation.
When we ban someone under these policies, we have historically also prohibited anyone else from praising or supporting them on our sites, even if the praise is unrelated to their hateful or violent conduct. For people who have called for violence, formally affiliated themselves with organized hate groups, or taken other extreme steps to express hatred, we continue to think this is the right approach. We'll remove pages, groups, and accounts set up to represent them and Facebook events when we know the individual is participating. Our work against organized hate is ongoing, and we will continue to review individuals, pages, groups, and content against our community standards.
I have a problem with that.
Oh, dude.
I'll just save it till the very end when we get done with the rest of these social media platforms. All right, so let's go to the next one.
All right, the next one we got is Twitter. In August of 2018, Alex had been getting multiple timeouts from what Twitter calls it. But in the first week of September, Twitter finally followed suit with all the other major social media platforms and permanently suspended both his personal and InfoWars accounts. They released a statement saying, and we quote,
"Today, we permanently suspend the @username RealAlexJones and the @username InfoWars from Twitter and Periscope. We took this action based on new reports of tweets and videos posted yesterday that violate our abusive behavior policy in addition to the account's previous violations. As we continue to increase transparency around our rules and enforcement actions, we wanted to be open about this action given the broad interest in this case."
We do not typically comment on enforcement actions we take against individual accounts for their privacy. We will continue to evaluate reports we receive regarding other accounts potentially associated with @RealAlexJones and @InfoWars, and will take action if content that violates our rules is reported or if other accounts are utilized in an attempt to circumvent their ban.
So, one of the reasons why he was banned was that CNN, they literally just kept reporting Alex Jones's tweets to Twitter saying they were in clear violation of the platform's rules. So every time he got reported by them, Twitter would pretty much say, "Hey, delete these tweets," which he did and his company, InfoWars, did as well. But CNN reporters seemed to have kept, for some reason, going after him. They did an investigation of his tweets and reported more of them to Twitter, which after a few timeouts and making him delete his tweets off of his personal and InfoWars account, a ban finally happened. And here we found a nice picture of Alex Jones confronting one of the CNN reporters that were supposedly reporting him all the time.
I have a video. It's a video of the confrontation with CNN reporter named Oliver Darcy, who was the one behind pretty much reporting and getting Alex Jones deplatformed. So we'll play that right now.
My God. Look at this right here. The guy that goes around policing and calling for censorship and then claims that Trump's wrong, there's no censorship of conservatives or patriots. You are incredibly shameful.
How are you doing, Alex?
You're just, look at you, you are literally an anti-American, anti-free speech coward. You're going to go down the history books at the Criminal News Network. This is one of the main people right here who thinks you have no memory, who sits there and lobbies. Show him. That sits there and lobbies people to take other news off, claiming they're fake when CNN is the fakest WMD, Gulf Arab state dictatorship funded. Unbelievable. I mean, look at those eyes, folks. If you want to see the eyes of a rat, No, I mean, seriously, just look at the camera. Look at those eyes. Look at that slobbering to the system. And the criminals at CNN, all their warmongering and death and all their fake news. And then running around trying to police the internet and try to shut people down. And then you think people are so stupid. On CNN a week later, you say no one's censoring anybody, no one's pushing for censoring. And then you say that Trump is the one attacking the press, but only doesn't stand up to your lies. Just look at this guy's eyes, man. That is who will rule your life.
Dude, just look at that guy's eyes.
All right, of course, we'll link that clip up for you guys to watch. Very interesting, and I'm going to save, like I stated, I'm going to save my opinion about this until we get done with this section. All right, so I guess let's continue with the platforms because there's more. So on August 6th, 2018, Apple decided to join the Cool Kids group and removed all of the content for 5 of the 6 InfoWars' podcasts, which of course were all owned by Alex Jones. This removal also included the Alex Jones Show from iTunes and its podcast app directory. Now, Apple justified this action by, of course, saying, and I quote, "We do not tolerate hate speech, and we have clear guidelines that creators and developers must follow to ensure we provide a safe environment for all of our users."
Now, even though Apple didn't remove all those episodes and podcasts from iTunes and the podcast app, you could still download the InfoWars app from the Apple Store. Well, that was until less than a month later they decided, fuck it, get rid of it, which they did.
So now we have Apple, we have Periscope, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and by the way, we don't mention it in here in detail, but Stitcher, Spotify, all the rest of the other podcast platforms, soon as Apple removed them, they all followed and removed them as well. So the only social media platform that he has left is YouTube, which we're going to get into right now.
Now, like Aaron said, we're moving on to YouTube. So on August 6, 2018, the Alex Jones InfoWars channel was deleted from YouTube. His account had a total of 2.4 million subscribers worldwide. What YouTube left for the 2.4 million subs to read was this. This account has been terminated for violating YouTube community guidelines.
So YouTube apparently deleted Alex's account because he had like a 3-strike rule that he hit. So this all started back in early 2018 when Alex racked up them juicy strikes when he started mentioning the Parkland school shooting was using crisis actors to ramp up anti-gun sentiment.
Also, Alex was accused of bullying others and hate speech. So Alex decided to reach out to YouTube and told them that he and his business InfoWars were being censored. YouTube decided to respond with a statement that said, and I quote, "All users agree to comply with its terms of service and community guidelines when they sign up to use YouTube. When users violate these policies repeatedly, like our policies against hate speech and harassment, or our terms prohibiting circumvention of our enforcement measures, we terminate their accounts."
So there is one last thing that we're going to talk about, which occurred on September 5th, 2018. So on this day, there was a U.S. congressional social media hearing at Capitol Hill where Facebook and Twitter executives were going there to talk to the congressmen about like foreign interference in U.S. elections, and they were like prepared to defend themselves. So Alex Jones decided to show up since he was like banned from all the social medias. He decided to show up before the Senate hearing and pretty much blast everybody inside there, saying that large corporations and tech companies were all working together to try to silence him. And they were trying to do it before the midterm election. And we actually have a clip of him actually going there and doing that. So we'll listen to that right now.
I am here because there is a concerted effort by the Democratic Party and multinational corporations and big tech to silence conservative and nationalist and populist voices ahead of this critical midterm election. And the big tech companies and the head of Apple admit that they met with Senator Warner, who's running this whole thing, to begin shutting down conservatives, or the Democrats threatened to federalize big tech if they did not basically roll over to them. So the Republicans left a vacuum there by not coming in with regulations to say you cannot violate people's free speech. So I want regulations like the First Amendment to be enforced to say you're not going to violate people's free speech. You're not going to be able to shut people down like this. And I'm also here to be able to face my accusers. This is the 11th hearing they've had where they make up all these incredible lies about me and others to sell the end of the First Amendment. And so that's why I'm here to expose this. I'm here to speak out about this. And I'm here to discuss the reality that there is an attempted purge of the First Amendment taking place in this country. And Apple and Google have already moved to China and are helping round up political dissidents. They've had Senate hearings a decade ago saying that Google is now aiding evil in China and helping round people up. It's happening to everybody now who's a libertarian or conservative. The dominoes are falling. The First Amendment's being destroyed. But I think the corporate dying dinosaur media has bit off more than it can chew. And what you've done is only going to make people be that much stronger and fight for free speech that much more. But I'll say this, shame on the mainstream corporate media. Shame on the mainstream corporate media for not defending the First Amendment, but instead attack dogging, calling for federal regulators to shut down independent free press working with big tech. These big monopolies need to be broken up. And these are digital commons, they've said in their own words, and under federal law, and they shouldn't be in there controlling what individuals are saying in those private discussions and in those discussions online if it's not criminal what's being said and what's being done.
I mean, he's right. In my personal opinion, he's right.
Couldn't help but laugh about the guy beside him. But you ain't gonna stop him.
Didn't the U.S. make an agreement to break up monopolies like a long-ass fucking time ago?
Yep, they did.
I guess social media isn't a monopoly, I guess. It's not a, what is that word? Oh, it's not a commodity like the oil was.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Give it time.
So yeah, that's pretty much it for the section of strange facts and findings about him getting banned across all social media platforms. And even to this day, he's still banned. But yet somehow ISIS is still able to go on there and make tweets on Twitter, and people are allowed to pretty much post and do whatever they want.
Yeah.
I mean, when it's the government posting, why would you stop them?
Oh, a nice theory that the government is behind the ISIS pages, and that's how they track down domestic terrorists. Dan over here dropping theories in the middle of strange facts and findings. I like it.
I think there are a lot worse groups out there that they could be banning, but they don't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to name them. Y'all can use your imagination. But there are some groups that I have seen that I'm just like, you would let them be on here and spreading their hate speech. But, Alex Jones over here, like, if you look up stuff that he talks about, he's got like a 95% like correct like review. Like if you look up some of the shit he's talking about, by God, it's out there.
I think his problem is that he goes off and he just starts talking so fast. It's just too much information for him. Like he's trying to process everything that he reads and everything that he knows. It just all comes at once and he doesn't know how to format it or express it correctly. And he's so used to presenting information to listeners who have a short attention span, which is effective majority of the time. But when you have these articulate individuals who are very relaxed and want to attack you and all they believe is mainstream media, you have to approach them in a different manner when you're speaking about certain things. Otherwise, if you go towards them full blast with all the information and go, they're deplatforming me, and not only that, but they're fucking shipping babies off to Africa where they're being sacrificed to Moloch, and this is what's going on with the elite reptilian space, and it's like the people, they automatically will label you right then and there a crazy conspiracy theorist, and they won't listen to what you have to say any longer. I think that's where he messes up.
All you guys, girls, aliens, we could get him just to read that part. Bro, he'd read it so fucking fast.
Alex, you want to do that? You want to read that part?
No, I think I'm good over here. I'll just look.
All right, man. Well, let me know if you want to. So I guess let's move on to our next strange fact and finding, which we talked about it on our regular episode. We did an entire regular episode over this. So, Dan, tell us about it.
On July 15, 2000, Jones infiltrated the Bohemian Grove cremation of care, which he called a ritualistic shedding of conscience and empathy and an abuse of power, which when he infiltrated, he got video. So we have that video here, and we'll link that up on our Patreon page for those that haven't seen it when listening to the regular episode. So you can check that out there. But now, in 2004, Alex was at a Republican convention. While he was there, he confronted David Gergen about the dealings happening at Bohemian Grove. And for those of you who don't know who David Gergen is an American former presidential advisor who served during the Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and Clinton administration. So, better than us trying to explain the interview, we actually have it right here where Alex confronts David. And we're going to play that for you right now.
Hey, Mr. Gergen, can we talk to you for a second?
Where are you from?
I'm Alex Jones. I have a TV show in Austin. I make documentaries. Just a few questions about the convention.
Yeah, well, is there a camera or are you?
Yeah, right there. Just about. Yeah, but I just want to get your permission first. Here.
Okay. It's local. I've got.
No, I understand. Just about a minute or two.
Okay, great.
We're talking to David Gergen, and he has advised several presidents, and of course has written quite a few books, and is I would call you a political pundit or researcher.
Commentary at Over the Hill, whatever.
Okay. How long have you been in New York?
About 4 hours.
What do you think of this circus?
Well, I haven't seen all the protests yet, but I've never seen as much security for a convention as we have here. And it's, the city's almost closed down. I think it's remarkable. I think it's an unfortunate turn for politics that we have to have this many police around.
There's been a lot of news articles and reports saying that there's a heightened risk of terror attacks. Do you think that's? Do you think there's a chance of that, or comments?
Well, listen, they just arrested, I think, or broken up some plot allegedly to somebody wanted to blow up subways. Yeah, I think it's a very real danger. And you've got Madison Square Garden is sitting right, basically on top of a train station, and Boston Convention was right on top of a train station. Yeah, I just have to remember that trains are very accessible, vulnerable, and that's what happened in Spain. They went after trains and they blew some trains up, and it wasn't very expensive. So I think there's that danger, but I think the police are on top of it. They're treating this as a special security event, which means there's not only the obvious police around, but believe me, there's a lot of private stuff going on here.
Okay, one last question. I read a Washington Times article many years ago where you had a comment about the organization, and then now it's been in the Wall Street Journal, it's been in a lot of different newspapers, and that's the Bohemian Grove. And back in, 1996, when you joined as a Clinton advisor, the Republicans were criticizing you. Oh, what about Bohemian Grove? And then you countered them by saying, "Hey, I don't run around in the woods naked." What did that mean?
I don't know what quote you're referring to. I'm not aware of any quote like that. Listen, I am a happy member of the Bohemian Grove. I like the folks who come there, and it's really inappropriate for me to talk about the group beyond that. Thank you.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Really?
That's right.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000. I'm the guy that blew it wide open and got the video. It's been on national TV.
Well, I disrespect you for that.
You do?
I do.
But it's a lot of big public officials going in there. Don't we deserve to know?
You took I don't know anything about you, and I don't know anything about your film. But if you go in there with an understanding, you violated that understanding by releasing that film, and I don't respect you for that.
Really? But we have public officials.
I'm sorry. You took an understanding when you went in there that you would not do that film. And did you have an understanding when you went in there?
No.
Did you crash it?
Yes.
Yeah, and it has no trespassing signs there too, doesn't it?
No, they put them up after.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I've been there before. I know what the circumstances are, and I'm sorry you violated the understandings. That was not a gentlemanly thing to do.
But what about the ritual? Is the ritual gentlemanly?
Sir, everything. I don't owe you this comment.
I know. I appreciate
This is what's called ambush journalism, and I disrespect you for that as well. So thank you and goodbye.
The ritual?
It's none of your damn business.
Oh.
That's right. Listen, Listen, you go around and make understandings with people and violate them. You ambush people on the streets, and that's inappropriate form of journalism. If you wish to practice that, that's fine, but don't ask others to respect you for it. If you want to, you can do. You're free American, like anything you want. If you want to be uncivil and rude and ungentlemanly, that's up to you. But don't expect the rest of us to say, "Oh well, you're
there, Mr. Gergen."
I'm sorry, nobody sets policy in there. We try to be gentlemen, and obviously, you don't belong there.
Weaving spiders come out here.
Yeah, that is a 3-pointer. Woo!
Dude, best interview.
Hell yeah, it was. That was a 3-pointer. Holy shit. That's how we need to go about interviewing. He set that up so perfectly. He warmed them up, and then he didn't even mention Bohemian Grove until the very end. Oh, God. That was great.
You could see how mad that dude was getting.
Oh, yeah, he got extremely mad.
I don't respect you. No, I don't.
I don't respect you for that.
I like how he shook his hand while he was telling him that. He's like, yeah, I'm the guy. Like, grabs his hand and forcefully shake. Yeah. He's like, I did it.
Oh, that's awesome. All right. So I guess let's move on to the next strange fact and finding. So, Hans, tell us about this next one.
Well, Alex interviewed a Hollywood director named Aaron Russo. Just a little backstory on Aaron real quick. Aaron Russo was an American entertainment businessman, film producer and director, and a political activist. Some movies he produced and directed that you might know are Trading Places, Wise Guys, and The Rose.
I've never seen any of those.
I think I've heard of Wise Guys. In 2006, Alex Jones interviewed Aaron Russo, who was friends with Nick Rockefeller.
So in this interview, Aaron Russo said that Nick Rockefeller told him about how the elite are planning to make a new world order. Nick Rockefeller also said the elite were planning on chipping the populace to help better control it. Chipping the populace meaning that like cutting down on the population somehow. Nick also told Aaron about, hey man, there's a war on terror and how the U.S. would use a fake threat of weapons of mass destruction to invade the Middle East.
Strangely enough, shortly after the interview, Aaron Russo died. The media reported he died from cancer, but Alex argues that the elite killed Aaron Russo because he spilled some of their beans. Ooh.
Okay, so we do have the full interview of Aaron Russo, but it's like 2.5 hours long, so of course we're not going to listen to it, but we are going to link it up.
It's a good interview.
So make sure you go and take a look at that.
Yeah.
It's very good. All right, so what's this next strange fact and finding?
So this next strange fact and finding that we found is about the Sandy Hook shooting and the assumption that it was just a hoax. Alex Jones, for years, has been stating that the Sandy Hook incident was just a hoax used to help in the fight to take away the rights to bear arms. Well, the families of the students of Sandy Hook ended up filing a lawsuit against Alex Jones for defamation.
Alex then went into that courtroom and stated that he was under a form of psychosis to where he believed that everything happening to him and around the world was just staged. So there is a short clip of him saying that. It's only like 20 seconds, which we're going to play right now.
And I've, I myself, almost had like a form of psychosis back in the past where I basically thought everything was staged, even though I've now learned a lot of times things aren't staged. So, I think as a pundit and someone giving opinion, that, my opinions have been wrong, but they were never wrong consciously to hurt people.
So that was his claim. Anyways, the parents of the victims of Sandy Hook ended up winning the lawsuit. We believe it was like around $100,000 that Alex Jones ended up having to pay him, somewhere around that. But the main consequence of this would be that a lot of the platforms, social media platforms, also used this as a kind of like a thing to be like, hey, this is why you're getting banned, or this is why we banned you. It's because of this shit like this. You take theories and you take them too far, Alex. You take theories too far.
Too far.
Yeah, but Anyways. All right, so let's head to the next strange facts and finding. Dan, what can you tell us about this?
All right, the next one we have, it's known that Jones believes that there are crisis actors that are deployed to mass shooting areas, national man-made disasters, and big news-breaking events. But a late-night talk host named Jordan Klepper believes that Alex Jones himself is a crisis actor. He states that Jones is a crisis actor since he drums up the anti-sentiment towards mass shooting victims.
So that's more like a theory rather than a strange fact and finding. Just based, it's like a theory that Jordan thinks that Alex Jones is a crisis actor himself, which...
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's a good theory.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
Neither have I.
He's like really big on crisis actors like David Hogg, which we will be doing an episode over that eventually. Don't know when.
That David Hogg shit was such BS because he was not there during the shooting. He was home, but he claimed he was there and the media ran with it.
But didn't he show up at like another school that just got shot up too?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, how do you like go from one school to another school and all of a sudden it gets shot up?
I don't know. It's weird.
That's going to be for its own episode, but better watch out. Coming for you, David.
All right, so let's go to the next strange fact and finding.
This next strange fact and finding is over the fake coronavirus treatment. Whether it was a joke or he really thought it worked, Alex Jones's store website, InfoWarsStore.com, was selling a certain type of toothpaste called Super Blue toothpaste. Now, you might be thinking, what's so special about this toothpaste, Hans? Let me tell you. On his site, it claimed that this toothpaste, called Super Blue, would kill the whole SARS corona family at point blank range. God, that's even better than Kenneth Copeland blowing it away.
Blow it away.
Yep. The New York Attorney General ordered Jones to immediately cease and desist selling and marketing products as a treatment or cure for the coronavirus.
That is the best possible outcome that he got.
Yeah.
Because it could have been way worse.
Could have got sued.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there was like, I think 2 other sites or something like that the Attorney General went after as well to cease and desist. Because it wasn't just him doing it, but got to involve the Super Blue toothpaste.
Y'all ever heard like how he says just to beat the coronavirus?
Vitamin C?
No.
Vitamin C, D, and zinc.
Okay.
I mean, those boost your immune, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So shit that you...
I do.
He was telling one of Joe Rogan's like staff that got it, like, hey, take it. And then like after the guy got the coronavirus, he was cured after like 5 days. He said, see, I told you, dude, that's all you ever needed.
Damn. Reminds me of like Nostradamus. All right, so let's move on to the next strange fact and finding. So this one comes from a former employee that worked for Alex Jones. And they wrote an article about, you know, what happened during their time working as a video editor for Alex. So the editor talked about how he was recruited by Uncle Alex and made the big move to Austin where InfoWars was at. They start off in the article talking about how they are speeding down the road and swerving through traffic, heading towards a polling location with Alex Jones in the car.
As they are heading there, Uncle Alex is tossing back some vodka in a white cup and talking about how great the city looks, all the while this employee is live streaming on Facebook. Now, why? They were heading to that polling station so Alex could play the victim about not being let in to vote. Alex had instructed him that morning to title the video this was going to be for on YouTube, Alex Jones Denied the Right to Vote. So they already knew what the video was going to be called and everything before they left that morning.
So Alex already planned to stir up trouble when he got there, so he could play, in his words, the victim. Of course, they got there and Alex Jones does what he does best, causes a scene and is moved from the polling station. Sure, the vodka didn't help either.
So the employee then goes on and talks about how the InfoWars store sells an iodine supplement that quote-unquote shields against nuclear fallout. He was tasked with creating an advertisement for this supplement, which would run on the TV show. And he used clips from Fukushima and Chernobyl in this, and Jones loved it. Which, by the way, iodine supplement floods your thyroid, which protects you against all the gamma emitting rays. There's nothing wrong with that claim. That's exactly what it does. And that's what they give you during like a nuclear fallout, is an iodine 131 supplement, which I would advise not taking it, because if you're allergic to it, you'll fucking die immediately. So it's one of those things you don't know if you're allergic to it until you take it. So, yeah.
Now, not long after that was posted, the supplements were being sold. A video was uploaded to YouTube by someone else. It showed someone holding a Geiger counter, which, if you don't know what that is, Aaron, do you know what it is? Tell us.
All right, so a Geiger counter is a type of a radiation monitor, but it doesn't monitor, well, it monitors contamination, disintegrations. So you have a radiation that irradiates particles in the ground, right? And then those particles decay. Well, when they decay, they emit counts off of them. So you can measure how much radiation or radioactivity is in those particles with that Geiger counter. It's basically like it's like a probe that you pick up and you wave it over things. And if it goes ding, 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 that means there's particles, radioactive particles there at that specific spot that you waved over. So there you go. I use one every day at work.
Nice.
Thanks, Aaron.
I knew you would explain it better than I would. But yeah, so this video showed someone using a Geiger counter, and it displayed high counts of radiation, or per se contamination in the particles, readings on a beach in Half Moon Bay in California. That video went viral, and Uncle Alex saw it, and he was just like, oh, this is an opportunity. So he sent the employee, along with a reporter, a writer, and another cameraman to California. When they arrived, overnight they had shipped multiple Geiger counters to them, even though they had no idea how to read or work them.
So Aaron, do they come calibrated?
Well, it depends on what company you're buying them from, but majority of the time, no. They do not come calibrated, so you have to stick them in this machine, and then you go inside this other room, which then you turn on a computer that has a video camera that you can look into the other room with, because you open up a source and you expose that source to the Geiger counter to make sure it's calibrated within the certain ranges. So you'll shoot that radioactive beam at that Geiger counter, and you'll read it, and the beam is supposed to be like, I don't know, like 4R an hour. And if the Geiger counter only reads like 1, then you shut off the beam, you go inside there and you adjust the settings to where it reads 2, and then you open up the beam again, and then if it reads 2, then it's calibrated and good to go, which Geiger counters won't read that. They're for like very, very, very minute amounts of radiation, or I say radiation, but contamination, right? So when he's saying he saw high counts of readings on a beach, I mean, I can go to Walmart and get those little, what do they use? Those lantern mantles or whatever.
Huh?
You get one of those and you stick it up next to a Geiger counter, that motherfucker will go crazy. Some smoke detectors have a americium-241 source inside of it, which is radioactive.
Yep.
That will make a Geiger counter go absolutely nuts. So there you go. And by the way, that source is concealed inside there, and it's not going to leak out, and it's not harming you whatsoever. It doesn't emit, so you're good.
But just know if you do take it apart, you will get sick.
Yeah, don't take it apart.
Yes.
It's alpha. You don't want that ingested or near you.
No.
So they went all around California, like Crescent City, Diablo Canyon, nuclear plant in Avila Beach, asking fishermen if they could test the small fish they caught from the nearby pier. No matter where they took readings, there were no high readings of radiation other than the naturally occurring radiation. Because if you didn't know, radiation occurs naturally, so if you got a problem with it, send Aaron an email, sue him, do whatever. He's our radiation guy.
Go ahead.
Boom.
So because he couldn't find any of these readings, this pretty much infuriated Alex. Now, this is all according to this reporter that wrote this article that used to work for Alex. He's telling this story. So Alex was infuriated. He was hoping that there was something that he could report on, that there was like radiation going crazy somewhere, so that would help with the sale of his iodine supplement that shielded against radiation. So after he found that out, he started learning like more and more as he worked. This reporter was learning that, hey, my main thing was keeping Alex from getting angry, and that was a big part of his job. But it was almost impossible because his outbursts were unpredictable. He stated that Alex had anger issues and that he definitely showed it at the office.
One time he got pissed that the blinds got stuck on the window, so he ripped them bitches off the window.
I mean, I would have done that.
Yeah.
I've done it before.
All right, this next one. Alex saw the water cooler had some mold in it, so he took a knife out and decided to stab it over and over. And then when he got done stabbing it, he smashed it on the ground.
I mean, if I need to get it into a smaller trash can, yeah.
Now, if things didn't go go the way he wanted them to, for instance, the headlines weren't strong enough, reporters didn't dress properly, the news wasn't being covered the way he wanted to, he went berserk, pretty much.
Kind of like what Aaron does to us.
That's fake news.
He was even mean to a fish that a coworker brought in that he was going to take home. It was just sitting there in a little water bag. First off, why the hell would you be bringing in a damn fish to work in a water bag? You're such a piece of shit, employee. I'd be mean to it too. Alex went over, grabbed the bag, and emptied it into the trash can. Oh, okay, I wouldn't do that. My bad. He would go around threatening to ban all laughter in the office. "We're in a war," he would yell, thinking people needed to act accordingly.
That's what I'm going to start doing to you guys. When this employee finally decided to quit, Alex Jones called him. So Alex Jones told the employee, "Let me tell you a little secret. I don't like it anymore." The employee asked Alex, "Well, what do you mean?" Alex said, "I don't want to do it anymore. And I got all these people working for me. And, then I feel guilty. I don't want to do it. You think I want to keep doing this? I haven't wanted to do this for 5 years, man." That's supposedly what Alex said to the reporter/employee. So it sort of kind of looked like that Alex wanted to escape this lifestyle and career that he'd made. Now there's so much more that this employee goes on about like how Alex acted and treated everyone. It's kind of crazy, and honestly, sounds like behind the scenes of InfoWars is just chaotic, according to that guy. Now, the guy doesn't have any proof to back this up. He doesn't have any videos. It's just him stating that, hey, this is what happened when I worked there. And honestly, we just thought it was weird, and we'd throw it in Strange Fact and Findings. It's an easy to find article. You just search I worked for Alex Jones, and it will pop right up.
Poor fish.
Yeah.
You can read it. If it's for the New York Times, I think it's for the New York Times. You have to pay to read it, which you can easily search for a website to bypass that because there's no way you should have to pay
to read news.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. Anyways, that's just a nice Strange Fact and Finding we thought we'd throw in there,
Well, on the Joe Rogan Experience, the last thing that he did, he talked to Joe at the end. He said, "I don't want to do this anymore." He said, "Joe, I'm fucking tired, man. I do this 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. There is no break. I just want a break from it all. Whether that's quitting, retiring, I don't know."
I mean, that's a lot.
And Joe was like, "I don't want you to," he was like, "I don't want you to quit, man. Maybe just take a hiatus for 2 months. Go do whatever you got to do. Get a better nutritionist. Go work out, meditate, something. You don't have to quit to get a break from reality for a month."
Well, maybe he was the one that set himself up to get purposely taken off social media platforms so he could just ride off into the sunset, which he didn't. He just continued on. But anyways, let's move on to the next Strange Fact and Finding.
All right, this next Strange Fact and Finding is about his family supposedly being part of the CIA. Now, we found a clip where he talks about it some, but he doesn't really go into what his family did for the CIA, except for what his father possibly could have done. So we have that clip right here, and we will play that right now.
Yeah, there's all sorts of weird experiments going on and just stuff that's off the chart. And it's industrial level. I'm not bragging when I say that when in the 80s, my mom and dad had multiple discussions, and my dad would say, let's talk about it privately and stuff like that with my mom, so I never even heard all of it. He won't talk about it today, where the CIA tried to hire him, because I had some family that did stuff for the CIA, to be inducted in Maryland into literal below-ground bases for a 4-year secret tour. And they were hiring other top dentists that were pioneering implants. My dad pioneered implants and would, taught it at medical school and all that. And it was literally, they just said it's cybernetics, it's highly advanced. And he was, and it was $400,000 a year, way more money than he was making then. And he owned dental offices. And he said no, because my dad did work at the medical school. He was someone who would do medical procedures on high-level CIA people. They would come into him, and then they would not allow deadening. They would have people there watching while he did procedures on people, just because they can't be put under. That was back during the Cold War. And so my dad did do that. Probably get mad at me even telling this. But the whole point is that what that guy was talking about, I mean, it's reportedly really bad what's going on now. I mean, you name it, Island of Dr. Moreau level stuff, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, so pick it back up, Hans.
Now, that was interesting. He didn't go into detail, but he brought it up. We did find something else that is kind of suspicious about both his parents. We believe during the court case for child custody, his father testified in court on April 24th, saying, in part, that he has made millions of dollars over the past several years creating front companies that contract business with InfoWars. Then his mother testified, saying that InfoWars is a family business and that she and his father are both heavily involved in all aspects of InfoWars operation. With Alex saying his family worked for the CIA, this kind of connects that it's possible that InfoWars is a government intelligence operation. And here we kind of have like a little graph of the Alex Jones family, and we'll link the picture.
Yeah, it kind of connects them all to certain CIA people.
Yeah, certain, I guess, like family members.
Yeah.
Might be part of CIA.
All right, well, it's an interesting, strange fact I'm finding. So let's go on to this next one, which this next one is kind of more like a random knowledge nugget about his father kind of getting him into the career. So after moving to Austin, it was Alex's father who got him into the public access show, that first one that he was doing. So how did he do this when he was just a dentist? Well, during a teeth cleaning of an Austin talk radio show manager, his father threw a pitch to him about his son. And he's like, hey, man, my son's a good speaker. He's smart, blah, blah, blah. And, the Austin talk show radio station manager was like, okay, I'll hire him. And that's how it worked. And it began the career of Alex Jones. So there you go. A random knowledge nugget.
Who would have known?
Yep. So let's hop on to our last strange fact and finding before we hop into theories. So who wants to tell us about this? Alex's uncle.
All right. So in 2020, Alex was on the Joe Rogan Experience, talking conspiracies with, Joe and his crew. Now, during this 3-hour podcast, Alex brings up a story his uncle told him, and the remark that his uncle told him would forever change Alex's view on the government. Alex goes on to tell Joe that his uncle was a helicopter pilot in Vietnam, and that during Vietnam, his uncle was sheep-dipped into working for the CIA. Alex continues to tell that his uncle went to tell him that he was tasked with helping with extractions of guns and other items out of Vietnam and transporting them across Asia and South Pacific to small guerrilla groups. Alex's uncle then said the defining moment that made him leave the service is that he soon realized that some of the cargo he was transporting were underage kids from other countries. These kids were being flown to CIA locations and used to seduce high members of the United States government and foreign democracies for the CIA's blackmailing scheme. And Alex claims that this is what his uncle told him on his deathbed when he was dying of pneumonia.
God, man, that's rough. I don't doubt it though. You know,
Yeah.
Epstein had that kind of thing, you know. So I wouldn't put it past the CIA. They got their fingers into everything.
Do they have their fingers in you?
No. All right, so let's move on to theories. All right, so our first theory that we have is a very interesting one. So some people allege that Alex Jones is actually an individual named Bill Hicks, who was a stand-up comedian from Texas. Now, it is believed that Bill Hicks faked his death from cancer in 1994 in order to assume a new identity and work for the CIA. So while working for the CIA, Bill Hicks, now known as Alex Jones, is supposed to be the controlled opposition of mainstream media. In this role, Alex Jones is actually being fed approved intelligence by his CIA handlers. Now, we know this sounds crazy, but just like Justin Trudeau and Fidel Castro, if you look at a side-by-side photo of Bill Hicks and Alex Jones, they look almost exactly alike. I mean, they got the same crease right next to the nose, the same crease right next to the mouth, the same lower lip crease. The jawline is very similar. The eyebrows are sort of similar. The eyes shape and lids very similar. Front head creases very similar. The only two differences that I can spot right off the bat is the ears. Bill Hicks's ears were a lot larger, and he had looked like attached earlobes. But then when you look at Alex Jones, his are smaller ears with detached earlobes, which that don't mean a damn thing, because if you look at Joe Biden from years ago to now, his earlobes have changed. So
Plastic surgery.
yeah, there you go. That's one of the theories, which I don't know. I mean, they do look a lot alike.
So was he not like a good comedian or something?
I don't know.
I don't know.
All right, so let's go on to the next theory. What do you got for us, Dan?
This theory revolves around Alex's extreme behavior. Let's piggyback off the CIA asset theory. What if Alex was a real CIA asset feeding counter information in an Operation Mockingbird fashion? But Alex found out the information he was being fed was the truth, and he was spreading a message no one was believing. Alex then starts saying, "Wow, I thought I was spreading lies to push the people in the other direction, but it turns out you sick fucks are giving me the truth and no one believes me." The CIA then, in turn, takes Alex out of the limelight to start running the MK Ultra test to bring him back in the fold. Let's say they pumped him with too many drugs, pushing his brain to a breaking point. This causes Alex to lose perception of his reality and create a nightmare where he believes everyone and everything is a conspiracy. It also causes Alex to forget that he was once Bill Hicks and was recruited by the CIA. This makes the CIA happy because now with video and witness testimony, Alex is off his rocker and now will always be discredited.
Damn, that was a pretty good theory.
That's a pretty good theory.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh. Good job, Hans. All right. Speaking of you, Hans, hit us with this next theory.
So this theory here is going to go off of the fact that his family might be part of the CIA, but Alex Jones himself is not. This is kind of based off the last few strange facts and findings. Alex kind of overhears his family discussing working for the CIA, in which some things point to the fact that they actually do. But it is possible that Alex himself is not part of the CIA or government controlled, and he's trying to get out some facts to everyone. Yes, not everything he says is true, but throw in some deceit with some truth, so it's hard to say that you are like a whistleblower. Everyone believes you are a nut, but you are only passing along some truth, so they can't fully commit to coming after you. Then think of this. His father is the one that threw a pitch to a manager of a radio station, which was the start of Alex's career on public television. Could this have been the start of his father/family trying to get him to help expose the CIA?
I mean, I do think his family had CIA ties, but can't see that one. That theory.
There's a reach.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go on to the next theory, which is Alex is woke. That's the title of it. So this theory is that what if the reason that social media and many other media outlets have banned Alex Jones from their shows or websites or domains or being on their platforms is because everything Alex has said is true. Now, these social media and network companies know this since they are manipulated by the New World Order or Illuminati or whomever. So their move is to block Alex Jones from speaking the truth and banning him so that millions of people can't hear his message. You know, they can't get woke. Also, they go on a smear campaign hiring many quote-unquote experts in the field of psychology to say that Alex is having kind of like a mental breakdown and is on a never-ending ride with hysteria and spreading false narratives and conspiracies, and it's just their way of controlling him, which off of this theory, I personally think that when they silence somebody like this, it speaks volumes, right?
Oh, it does.
Mm-hmm.
So what if he was a CIA asset, and they were like, how can we boost him up to be even more of a CIA asset? Let's silence him. Instead of him telling the truth, the CIA was like, hey, this is a smart move. Let's silence him. And it'll just grow his following. I don't know. Just a theory.
Good.
I like it.
All right, so let's go on to the next theory. What do you got for us, Dan?
All right, this one's so let's just say that Alex is doing all of it for entertainment. It's not too far-fetched considering there are tons of people online and on television who play a certain character for a show. That everything he says is just for entertainment, and you sometimes get people thinking that some of these conspiracies he comes up with is true. Which, I mean, some have been right. But he's not CIA or a wacko, just an entertainer, and the fact that people believe him and he's worth millions of dollars now, why stop?
You know, with him pushing his supplements and pushing everything on his show and trying to have a reach for a lot of things, makes me think that he initially started out good, but then when he fell down that rabbit hole, he fell quickly. And it caused him to kind of like break. He couldn't switch off that quote unquote character, which we don't have characters. This is how we are 24/7, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait till you meet us.
Yeah, we're not that exciting.
No. Aaron takes naps and doesn't wake up.
When do I take? I never take naps. What are you talking about? I never get to sleep.
That's a bullshit lie. When we were up in Maine, and we were all doing some demon rituals trying to wake you up, and you wouldn't wake up.
Oh yeah, that's right. I took a nap because I was tired. That was literally the last time I've taken a nap.
Because you wouldn't wake up. I was like, "Hey, buddy, we're hungry," and you didn't wake up. And I said,
I was
"Everybody
like, fuck
get
you
in here and
guys.
start
Go cook your own meal. What are y'all, my
start
kids?
summoning the demons."
we were going out to eat. Come on now.
Yeah, we were going out to eat. Yeah, fuck you, dude. It was family dinner.
All right.
Some good food, by the way.
That was some good food.
Let's go on to our last theory. What do you got for us, Hans?
Money! This theory is the fact that Alex Jones may just be a fearmonger. Knowing how paranoid people can be, he takes advantage of that. He sells supplements that can shield against radiation, then tries to find somewhere with high radiation. He tries to sell supplements/toothpaste that will kill the SARS/Corona family. Knowing how gullible people can be, he makes money off of them. They follow and support him no matter what he says because he is against, quote unquote, the system. But in reality, he is playing the people just like the system does.
I can probably say that's almost the most plausible theory in my opinion. Sorry, Uncle Alex. Money ruins people.
Dude, people actually bought the fucking toothpaste. It's just like...
Man. Money ruins people, and I think he maybe got bought out by the CIA or something.
Because I mean, his earlier stuff was real good. Now it's just
It was. So, if you had to put your finger on what you truly 100% believe as to what Alex is, do you think he's a CIA asset? Do you think he's just in it for the money and he's playing the people? Do you think he fell too deep down the rabbit hole? What do you think, Dan? Gun to your head.
money. I absolutely believe money, because a little random knowledge fact here is that he was in a big custody battle for his, I think, first 3 kids. And how much he was worth at that time, it was like cut in half because of all the, I guess, child support and everything, fees and all that shit he had to pay. So at the time, I think that's probably when he decided to turn for the money, because he wanted more money. He wasn't as worth as, well, I wouldn't say worth. He didn't have as much as he used to. And, when you lose at least half, that's a big hit to you.
I believe his earlier stuff was good, like you said. I believe he was very into conspiracies, into theories, and figuring out what the hell was really going on. And he was for the people. But then he kept climbing down that conspiracy rabbit hole and didn't stop. And he realized, the more outrageous I be, the more outrageous the claims are, whether they're true or not, and I'll sprinkle in a little truth in there, the more money I make and the more listeners I get. So I think that's what it is. And he became sort of like an entertainer rather than a truth seeker. And he learned that, hey, I can make more money off being an entertainer rather than a truth seeker. So that's the path he went. Now, with me saying that, in his deposition during his custody battle, he did state that he was an entertainer. And the person that he portrayed on InfoWars was a fictitious character, quote unquote, that he hypes up certain things.
I remember hearing that.
As like an entertainer. Yeah. So there you go. That's what I believe.
And that quote of him saying that actually made him lose the custody battle, I believe.
Yeah. All right, Hans, what do you think he is? If you had to put your finger on something.
Honestly, I'm going to say this. Even though he's like really out there with how he delivers his messages, because he is, and he's very passionate about what he does. I'm going to say like he knows what he's talking about. I don't think he's a CIA asset guy. I think he's, like you all said, he climbed down the rabbit hole. Because a lot of the shit he talks about, it comes true. Or it doesn't come true, it's very factual. Like he's got a high percentage rate of like being truthful with what he's telling you. But in the end, he is just like the corporations, and he's just raking in that money at this point. He can quit at any time. I think a lot of the stuff he does anymore is just a stunt to get the whoa, woe is me, this is happening to me, the crazy, they label me as the crazy conspiracy guy, but, and I also think he puts a bad image for conspiracy theorists in general.
Oh, absolutely.
Because when you talk about conspiracy, when you think of conspiracy theorists, or you talk to somebody like, yeah, like that guy that like goes out screaming at people, and you're just like, you mean Alex Jones? Yeah, no. Because when I try to spread the word of the podcast, like, no, because I listen to InfoWars, and that's a bunch of rambling bullshit. I'm like, yeah, but we do hours and hours of research, and we try to deliver it in a good way to you, not just, let me tell you about this, brother. They're putting chemicals in the water, and then you got to look at Operation Lockstep, and don't forget about the Jeffrey Epstein. And you're just like, what? Hold the fuck on, Alex. Let's just start with the frogs being gay, then we'll work our way somehow to this. And he really gives, conspiracy theorist a bad name. Maybe that's his role as a crisis actor, or as a quote unquote entertainer, is to paint all conspiracy theorists like him, when not every single one of us is like him. And he gets free money out of it too, so I mean shit. Corporate greed. He gets to smear all conspiracy theorists. that's the only way I can see him being the way he is. He could just be an actor, the entertainer. And that's how he does it. It's a character.
All right. Well, I agree with what you say about him being kind of like the face of conspiracies, right?
Yeah.
And he's like the bastard child.
He is. Damn you, Uncle Alex. You had to ruin it for the rest of us. Way to go. All right. Well, I guess that's the end of the show. Do either of you have anything else you want to add to this?
Nah.
Hans?
I'm good.
All right. Well, I enjoyed doing an episode over Alex Jones. You know, it's different, highly requested. So here y'all go.
Hopefully y'all liked it.
Yeah.
And if you didn't, tell Alex himself about it.
Yeah, send him an email at alexjones@infowars.com or alex@infowars.com, which I don't even know if that's his email. You got to go check. I don't know.
Just go to the contact section. I'm sure he'll answer your phone call.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's the end of the show this week for Patreon. Did y'all do anything interesting over this past weekend?
No, not at all, actually.
Oh my God, you're so boring. What about you, Hans?
I moved into my new house.
Oh my God, you're so rich.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm so rich, guys. China. No. I've moved into my new house. It's nothing fancy for all you listeners. It's literally just a box underneath the underpass. But, you know, that was pretty much my whole weekend.
Nice. I didn't do much this weekend. I just watched some college football, did some research for Bohemian Grove, and that's about it. I'm dealing with like this post-nasal drip or whatever. I don't know, it was like a mild cold I had last week or some type of like mild flu. And now like my congestion will not go away and it just sucks. So I don't know, I may be dying, which if I do, I guess a spot for a new host will be opening up.
It will not. We will resurrect his ass.
Either that or we're going to have a fucking Ouija board every single episode and we're going to bring you forth and we're just going to ask you questions.
Oh, yeah. Little do we know that little ceremony that we had to perform was actually the immortality shit for Aaron.
Yeah, for Aaron.
Oh, on the Bohemian Grove episode?
Yeah, on the Bohemian Grove. Yeah, I just need you guys to just read this. I can't be the one reciting it.
Dude, I felt the fucking power when I was reading it. I'm just like, ah.
Nice.
I just wanted to rip something up.
Just wanted to set something on fire.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for joining us this week. And again, thank you for your support and being a Patreon member. It helps us out a ton. I love you all for it, and I appreciate you. So with that being said, Dan and Hans, you want to roll us out?
Oh, hell yeah. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you are not alone.
Fellas, ladies, are you about to get it on? Think about it. I know what's going on in your mind. Yeah, you're listening to a podcast now, maybe at gym or at work, but tonight you are going to go full on makeout mode. And you want to protect yourself from all those STDs and all that stuff. So let me tell you about a brand new partner in the show, Skin Condoms. That's right, Skin Condoms are made from a revolutionary polysporine material called Skin Feel, okay? They're softer, they're more comfortable than traditional latex, so both you and your partner get a natural feel full of sensitivity. You get to feel it all, but keep out everything that you don't want, okay? Now, while sex with skin is amazing, condoms are also completely safe for anyone with a latex allergy. So now, latex allergy, no latex allergy, put on these skin condoms and start doing it the right way. Feeling good, feeling different. They're as safe as latex condoms, and they offer the same level of protection against pregnancy and STDs. So tonight, when you're banging or you're getting banged, make sure you put on skin condoms because you don't want no babies or STDs yet. Okay, If you think you're ready to make the plunge into skin condoms, head on over to buycondoms.online to explore skin condoms, personal lubricants, and more. And with the offer code BONKERS, that's BONKERS, you'll get free shipping on your first order, no matter what you buy. How Did This Get Made only sponsors one brand of condoms, and it's skin condoms. I have a brand new favorite podcast. It's weird, it's cool, it's different. Imagine if like Serial, the podcast, totally made out with Lost and they created a baby that like was this amazing, cool, different kind of a podcast. It's kind of real and also a little bit of science fiction. It's called the Tanis Podcast, and it's a docudrama about an ancient and mysterious myth, perhaps the last genuine mystery of the information age. Now, be clear, it's the Tanis, Tanis, not tennis, the Tanis Podcast. It's so good. It's television for your ears. Okay, so download the podcast that The Guardian calls compelling and wildly addictive. That's The Guardian. They know their shit. They're guarding you from bad stuff. Anyway, you can get it at itunes.com/Tanis, Tanis, or TanisPodcast.com. It's like Stand By Me meets Mac and Me meets Alien during John Carpenter's The Thing. And when you put all that together, you get a big old mess and shit aliens. We saw Dreamcatcher, so you know what that means.
Now it's time for How Did This Get Made? We're gonna have a good time, celebrate some failure, not just be a hater. Cause you know you wonder, how did this get made? Let's wallow in the mediocrity of subpar art. Perhaps we'll find the answer to the question, how did this get made?
Hello, people of Earth, and welcome to How Did This Get Made? I'm your host, Paul Scheer, joined, as always, by Jason Mantzoukas. How are you, Jason?
I'm all right, Paul. I am all right.
I am upset that June is still on maternity leave.
I watched this movie last night the entire time being like, oh, I wish June was going to be there to try and make sense of this.
This movie, I mean, the wig work alone, and it would have really taken her down a path. But we have some amazing guests today to talk about this movie, and I am glad that they're here. Please welcome our first guest, a returning How Did This Get Made all-star from episode 5, Drive Angry. You know this guy. He writes on amazing shows like The Walking Dead and Leftovers and The Bastard Executioner and Narcos. He just recently sold a show to FX. Please welcome Curtis Gwynn.
Hi, how you doing? I'm flattered that you say people would know me. TV writers are so well known.
No. They would know you from episode 5 of How Did This Get Made?
Yeah.
Okay. The listeners to this podcast, that's what they
You're an
care
all-star.
about.
You're on a Nick Cage episode, a classic episode.
I appreciate it.
And someone who I want to say right before we started recording said that he has read this book and watched this movie 3 times.
That's right.
Well,
that's right.
I was excited to bring you to this because I was like, oh, if there's somebody that could really talk about this movie, it will be Curtis. And I'm glad it worked out here. We also have another guest joining us today. She's awesome, hilariously funny. She has a brand new ABC digital show called Serious Music. You've seen her on Comedy Bang Bang, the UCB show, and Party Over Here. Please welcome Jessica McKenna.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
I'm really excited to ask you about that middle time you saw Dreamcatcher. I understand. I'm excited. Got to see the theater. I should refresh for this podcast. What's the middle time?
The middle time is, I feel like, the one where you're like, I'm going to try and make sense of this.
Well, I did see the middle time really was, I said it before we came in, that I had locked myself out of my apartment in New York City. So I had actually seen it by my own volition. Then a week later, locked myself out of my apartment, went across the street to the movie theater, and was like, middle of the day, it was the only thing that, and I rewatched it.
So you saw it twice?
In 1 week.
You paid to see it twice in 1 week.
Like $10, $11.
But by the way, I would see this twice in the theater just because I rewound it many times going, what am I watching? And even when I tried to break down the plot, I was like, okay, so this is about, and again, just for you who've not seen it yet, I'll kind of, we're going to get into it.
Of all the Stephen King stories,
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's all of them like crumbled into one.
So basically, if you were to really peel away all the layers of it, you would say an alien attack in a small town during a blizzard and 4 friends with psychic powers have to defeat it. I mean, that is, That is the most.
But it has,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
But there's also the added Stephen Kingian kind of thing, which is these kids, these men, because it's for like grown men. It's Jason Lee, it's Homeland, it's
Timothy Oliphant.
Tim Oliphant, and who's the fourth?
Thomas Jane.
Thomas Jane.
Oh, Tom Jane. Oh, God. Tom Jane, Punisher. So it's those four guys, but you flash back to when they're kids a lot. And so they've been being groomed by another alien who's on Earth to prepare for the alien invasion.
That's
which
right.
they don't know.
Yeah.
So
Well-
there's also this kind of predestination kind of kids are meant to...
But I will argue with the main theory of that, because when you bring in Morgan Freeman's character, which we should get into, but
God.
he
There's
said
so
he's-
many people in this movie.
Oh, and let's just see, just again to say at the top of this, amazing people in this movie.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this movie is.
This is a Lawrence Kasdan movie.
Yeah, what I was going to say was it's not just an amalgam of the hodgepodge of Stephen King stuff. It's also a hodgepodge of the other two components of this, Lawrence Kasdan and William Goldman.
Yes.
It was-
Yeah.
I mean, William Goldman wrote the original script, and apparently I read interviews with Lawrence Kasdan where he basically just brushed it off, and then I read that William Goldman's involvement in it, and William Goldman's a fucking legend.
Yeah.
And then Stephen King also was like, yeah, Goldman turned in a draft, and like Larry rewrote it. You know, Larry punched it up. But you can see it is it or Stranger Things with the Big Chill. I mean,
Yes.
that is
Yes.
why Lawrence Kasdan was like, I can make this.
Oh, yeah.
Even though he never
And-
did horror.
And it I think it fails on a couple levels there too, because it's not scary. It's not like there's a moment or two of like it's gross.
Yeah, it's definitely gross.
It's real gross.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it also feels very dated. It feels like a little like when it feels. For this movie came out in 2003, and it feels like if you said this came out in like 1990,
Oh, yes.
you would have been like, oh yeah, of course.
The only
Like,
thing that makes it 2003 is that the effects are better.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
it-
stuff looks okay.
It's extremely 90s. I mean, again, look at the three people at the top of the ticket here. Lawrence
Oh, yeah.
Kasdan, William Goldman, and
There
Stephen
are
King.
wipes.
Yeah.
There are wipes all over this movie.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
I was stymied by that.
In a way, I admire it because it really is the project of like people who could do anything and get. You know, the budget was something like $65 million.
Yes.
I was going to say, it's got to be a huge budget.
$68 million.
Yeah, yeah, and you know Stephen King at the time he was like very pro Dreamcatcher, and he hadn't done press for any movies like in 20 years. Like, he hated his movies. He was like, this movie is great.
Really?
And he did massive press tours for it, which he never
He
did.
sold the rights to it for $1, I think, because he wanted to really make this movie.
No, that's his thing. He always sells everything for a dollar.
Okay.
But he now, 2 years ago, he said, he had just been hit by a car.
Oh yeah.
Stephen King, and he almost died.
Well, just like
Exactly.
Well, that's
Just
why
like
he
Jonesy.
wrote that. Yeah, he wrote that in because this is what he wrote. The first thing he wrote, longhand.
Longhand, he said completely on OxyContin.
whoa.
And that he hates it. That he thinks it's terrible. He goes, it's awful. Just awful.
By the way, that makes sense. That makes sense that this was written entirely on OxyContin because it is.
Yeah.
And after a trauma.
Yes, it is a jumble of nonsense. Is this like the book? Is the movie? Is this very close to the book?
That for the book is over 600 pages.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's a real
That is an
epic
OxyContin,
Stephen King
yeah.
book. The book is now. Look again. I am a massive Stephen King fan. I couldn't be any bigger. I love William Goldman, and I really like Lawrence Kasdan a lot.
Sure.
I love these people, so it hurts me to say, but it was crap. I mean, the book was brutally bad and repetitive. And one of the only reasons I went to see the movie the first time is because he makes reference to it.
I was going to ask you
I'm
about
so
this.
sorry.
No, this is perfect.
Which is one of my favorite books ever.
Who does and when?
Stephen King late in the climax of Dreamcatcher in the book, not in the movie.
Oh, okay.
He makes reference to it. There's like a
So they take place in the same universe, meaning.
They take place in the same town.
Well, yeah,
Whoa.
it's in Derry, Maine, and they were saying that in the movie, I believe, there is a couple like little throws to it, which is like there's they think there's like a Pennywise lives on like a sign at one point, not heavily featured, but also But here's a question I had, and this is my bad memory of it. Is the name of Pennywise also Mr. Gray as well, or is that like did he?
So.
Okay, all right.
No.
Okay, then that was my.
Unless there's a bigger Stephen King nerd.
Wait,
than
is
me, I think
Pennywise an alien? No.
Well, you think of it in Lovecraftian terms. He's
Okay.
sort of it could potentially be an interstellar, sort of cosmic.
Okay. All right. Like some sort of
interdimensional-
celestial being.
interdimensional
Yes.
creature that's personifies evil.
Wow.
Sounds scary.
We have not yet really started to talk about the movie. And the fact is, like, yeah, go ahead, Paul.
I was gonna say also just another thing about the Stephen King book, just to even get like the original title of this book was called Cancer.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And it was written because, and this is a quote I have from Stephen King about it. It was
you talked to Stephen King?
I got him on the phone real quick. And
I do want Blake to talk to him.
He might be able to. He said the whole reason for writing the novel was the scene where the guy shits out the alien. And that's the scene that became the driving force of the book. And by the way, spoiler alert, the guy shits out an alien.
And if you think that's the only time an alien comes out of someone's ass, you're wrong.
He said, the idea used to be the ultimate taboo was what's behind the bedroom door. And he's like, the new taboo is what's behind the bathroom door. Most people now realize that they have cancer in bathrooms when they find blood in their stool. And he felt like that is the new terrifying experience.
That's so dark. But I also feel like Cancer as a title would make more sense than Dreamcatcher, which is just an offhanded moment where they're like, Duddits, we made this in arts and crafts.
Yeah, I have no, and this is now, so let's get into
I
this
couldn't
movie.
understand Dreamcatcher at all. Guys, we haven't talked about anything yet.
Oxycontin's a hell of a drug, man.
Like the Memory House makes so much more sense right now.
Yep.
All of the storylines are all over. Oh, I don't even know how do you want to start.
Let's try to break it down. You meet these 4 guys who all have psychic powers. Like we have a therapist who can read minds. We have a guy who works in an auto dealership who helps people find their keys. We have a guy who's a drunk.
What's Tom Jane's power?
He's a psychic. He can read minds.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, not Tom Jane. I'm sorry.
Damian Lewis.
Yeah, what's Damian Lewis's
Why does Damian Lewis have this memory? Like, do they all have this? Like,
They have
They do say we all got one, but he's the only one who
Who's
seems
like
to
cultivated
access
it. Yeah. They were like, you remember he used to talk about this all the time, his memory house?
Yeah.
But he can hear other people's thoughts too. When he's about to cross the street, he says to the guy next to him, what'd you say?
Yeah.
So, and I think they all can connect with each other.
Yeah, because when they're kids, they're all telepathically talking to each other.
And it was given to them by this mentally handicapped child.
Yeah, they come.
Duddits.
The movie. This happens in the movie. This happens in the movie. The movie begins. We are introduced to the 4 men in their independent lives.
Yes.
And they all are kind of calling each other to check in. They're going to go blah, 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 visit Duddits or whatever.
One of them's casually about to kill himself.
Yeah. Tom Jane is a psychiatrist who is treating a patient. The patient leaves. He goes to his desk. This is in minute 2. Pulls out a revolver, puts it to his head.
But can I say, just from a writing perspective, that those are facts, what you just said. But what makes it really terrible is that it is the opposite of, look, I'm not a big save the cat guy per se, this Blake Snyder thing of like the hero's guy, but these guys are terrible people. The first guy, Thomas Jane, is like, you're a fat. He's like, you're a fat. He's writing negative thing about his fat patient, and then he like drives this guy, and this poor guy is talking about the opening monologue is about Carl's Jr. hamburger.
Yes,
that's what the guy's in therapy for.
Yeah, and then he's awful to this guy, and then he puts a gun to his head, and you're like, you're immediately like, I don't like, he's too handsome.
Yeah.
He's got this gun against it. Fuck him.
And I don't
also
even understand
why?
why these guys are all slightly like they seem broken. But yet you're like, oh, how did they become broken?
Yeah.
That's why this is all lends to a book.
Yeah.
And not a movie, but the book is also terrible.
So what happens is that you are introduced to all the guys, and then
Oh, by the way, I
And
just want to
then-
say, when you introduced, there was one moment in Damian Lewis that, again, we're talking about wipes, where he's like, where he says something like bad to the
And by
fat
wipe,
patient.
we mean an edit
Yeah.
that goes from left to right,
Like
where
Star
one
Wars
scene-
style.
Yes, Star Wars style, which is not something that is currently used as a way to edit.
And not in a story that takes place on Earth.
But they also did, I thought, like, in addition to the wipes, they did like an SNL, like, frozen caveman lawyer kind of pushing on Damian Lewis. Like, the camera's like to the left and it's like whoop, whoop. Like, it just like it goes across and pushes into his
Can
face.
I also just say that we're struggling to piece it together in a movie, again, from the writing standpoint, where they specifically just say everything.
Yes, Yeah.
They just flat out, there's no subtext.
Almost every line is exposition.
There's like a 3-minute, and I'm going to play it later on, I think, a monologue that one of the characters does that is kind of talking to the audience, trying to sum up the entire movie to be like, it's an hour and 20 minutes in, but let me try to help you out.
How long is this show? How much time do we have to do?
Somebody's gonna have to do a podcast about this podcast, just because they're gonna be like, guys, I'm 15 minutes into the podcast. They have not yet started to talk about the second flashback.
All right, so it's
because there are within the first 5 minutes, it goes 6 months in the future and then 20 years in the past.
Yeah.
And it jumps around through time, and then over an hour in, introduces Morgan Freeman and Tom Sizemore as equally as important characters.
God. I don't want to get ahead of it. Go.
All right. So why? My first question is: so we meet Damian Lewis, who is
A teacher? A professor,
a
yeah.
professor, a good guy professor. He's nice. Jason Lee seems like an alcoholic. Thomas Jane is...
And Jason Lee is like...
the worst character in a movie, most hateable.
He's full of jargon and catchphrases that are preposterous.
I was saying it was like watching Back to the Future 2, where they're trying to make words exist that they don't. Like, you Bojo.
Freddy, bite my bag.
Criminettis.
Yeah, something bananas.
Yeah.
Totally.
It's all you know what? It's almost like they were like, I want this character to be a newsie from the 30s.
Yeah. Well, that is very Stephen King.
Yeah.
And that stuff that is taken, when you read a Stephen King book, he always has characters that talk in that kind of like, I don't know, almost like 50s, but rough talk.
Yeah.
And it works in his, for some reason, the tapestry that he weaves, you go, okay, you read the book and you're like, I accept this.
Yes.
Form
Well,
of talking.
this is how
And it
this
does not
character is
work.
defined.
Well, let's take a listen to one of my favorite parts, the fuckeries and fuckaroos.
Oh, boy.
This again gives you a sense of, this is the first time all of our guys are getting together in a cabin. We don't know why. And this is the kind of talking you're going to hear.
Met some lady at bingo, went back to her place, turned into a pretty nice fuckery. As opposed to a fuckeroo. Obviously. Yeah. Though I'll admit I've had perfectly good fuckeries turn into fuckeroos in a flash.
Try Viagra.
Viagra? I'm practically at full salute all day.
You're remembering yourself in the 4th grade.
What, you having wood problems?
You haven't tried it, have you?
Hell no.
You won't believe it. You dropped that little blue bomb, your heart is a Louisville slugger for 12 hours.
12 hours?
Talking Yastrzemski. You don't have to need it to love it.
So Jason Lee brought in Kevin Smith for the day, right? To do Punch Up. Because that is like a Clerks scene.
Yeah, that is
crazy.
so crazy.
Honestly, as I was watching this scene, though, I was immune to how ridiculous he sounded because I was like, that's nice of him to be the one to cook dinner. You know that thing where you get a vacation home with your friends, you're like, who's gonna really like take this mantle? And I was like, whoa, he's got his own recipe. He's got 2 different hot sauces.
Oh my God.
Way to step up to the plate, Beaver. His name is Beaver.
Beaver. That's his name.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
So we don't know why these guys are broken. We don't know why they're all in a cabin together.
They've been coming for 20 years. Jason Lee puts physical notches in a cabin I have to assume they don't own, that they just rent.
They get charged like $50 every year.
notch, and they're like, worth it. The thing that was crazy to me also was that these 4 dudes, in my opinion at this point, though some of them have more likable qualities, but they are treated so much like a unit. Like they are treated so much like, we're going to invest in all 4 of these guys. We're going to show them as kids and this long bond that they've had. They're going to do this nice thing for a handicapped child. We're going to really like these dudes. And then we're supposed to know that Thomas Jane and Damian Lewis are more important.
Yeah.
and they also fall into that like that white guys that look kind of
The same,
similar.
yes.
Yeah. And especially with a blizzard going on and some of them are
So
covered.
white.
I'm like, all right, I'm glad that you at least have a beard that changes length throughout the movie.
And then when they would flash back, other than the kid who was supposed to be justified, what's his name?
Timothy Oliphant.
Oh, Tim Oliphant. Other than that kid, I couldn't tell who the kids were supposed. Oh no, and what's his name? Jason Lee's kids got glasses too.
Red
But
hair.
the other two were indistinguishable.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, which is the kids? Yeah, sorry, but they are. A quartet of people who you're supposed. It is like Stand By Me. They're on an adventure. The kids' version of it. They come across a handicapped kid. They save him from bullies, and then
bullies who are trying to make him eat shit.
Yes.
And the bullies are holding the shit, and I mean, it's a small detail, but it was a really perfectly formed shit.
They're already being you're punishing yourself.
Yeah, by
How do
holding
you
the
not
shit in
see
your
this?
And then they get superpowers.
Do they ever show? I kept on going. Did I miss something? Like, does Duddis just?
I think it's supposed to be a reveal. It makes more sense not much more sense, but a little more sense in the book, and that he's the guy who's got magic powers, and it rubs off on them just by being in his orbit. They get these powers, but it's really because he's this. I don't want to spoil anything, but he's.
Well, you can. I mean, we can. Yeah,
you can spoil
why not
everything.
spoil it? You can, because it'll be worth it to, I think, at least understand where we're going.
He's an alien.
Yeah.
He's the enemy of the evil aliens, presumably in deep space.
So he's a good guy.
But he's a good guy, and he has given them. Now, why he is under the guise of a mentally challenged child, wouldn't that be a very difficult life?
Well,
that I could.
Yes.
That I was really hoping you were going to explain.
Well,
No.
I think I can maybe help here and say that the original ending of the movie did not reveal Duddits to be an alien. So that's interesting.
But in the book, it does.
I don't recall.
Oh, okay.
I don't recall.
So the original ending is, and I know we're skipping to the end here. We haven't even introduced that aliens are in here, and we'll get to that.
When there was an alien, when the alien turns into an alien.
Yes.
You know, when Damian Lewis turns around and there's a giant, like 9 foot tall gray, I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Well, so, man, it's hard to even. Because you have to set it, I think even to understand what we're talking about, you have to lay it all out. So they're in this vacation house. A man comes who's having some stomach problems.
Yes.
He's farting his brains out.
Yes, and there's a lot of bad farts in this movie.
There's a lot of like
comical farts.
Yes.
Comical body horror.
Yes.
You know, it's almost like funny David Cronenberg, which, by the way, is a type of movie I would love to see.
And he comes to their house and he's getting progressively sicker and his stomach is distended and weird and and he's getting sicker and they go to he runs to the bathroom. They come home, they find blood around the house and he's in the bathroom. And basically he has shit out this snake-like monster who opens up like a vagina to a certain extent.
He is like both a dick and a vagina.
Yeah.
He is both.
And it's got teeth. Teeth that run the length of its body almost.
Yeah.
It's came out of his butt.
It came out of his butt, and that's how these aliens, I guess it's like Alien.
There's a bunch of shots where you see their butts blown open.
Yeah.
Because the guy falls off the toilet and you see his asshole blown open by this thing.
Yeah.
And so they trap this slug-like alien in the toilet.
Okay, I want to talk about this scene for 1 hour.
Yeah. They said this scene took days and days and days and days to shoot.
Really?
Really?
Yes.
Is it because he just kept being seriously, the toothpick? That's seriously what I'm doing?
Yes, the toothpick.
So they come home, they see this ultimate horror, the bathroom covered in blood, the man dead, his asshole blown out. They have this creature trapped in a toilet, and they're like, sit on the toilet, Jason Lee, and we'll trap him in there. And then I guess Thomas Jane or Damien Lewis.
No, Homeland goes to get duct tape.
He goes to get duct tape to figure it out.
Which I believe he calls friction tape.
He does call friction tape.
He does call friction tape.
And I was like, oh, some sort of special tape. Okay, that makes more sense. And then when he finds it and it's duct tape, I was like, no.
Ah, that Brit.
And I was wondering, is that because duct tape is a brand name?
Oh.
No.
I think it is, but I think it is a Xerox Kleenex situation.
Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Okay, I was
Then
thinking
why
maybe
say
it's a British
friction
thing.
tape?
I have
would
no
say it's
idea.
a British thing.
Oh.
Like, I think that Damian Lewis probably like, friction tape.
And
then they're like,
interesting.
You know,
I've been
their
on this
scripts-
scene for 6 days. Fuck it, friction tape.
So Jason Lee has one job. To sit on the toilet. He's not wrestling
But
with
he
the
also
creature.
has one defining characteristic. One defining character trait that sets him apart from the rest of the guys is that in every frame of this movie, up until this one moment, he has a toothpick in his mouth.
And while they were first interact with the alien, the thing that he drops are his toothpicks. So he's in now, you know, I think we can all see Curtis, you know, this is probably as a writer, this is kind of the dilemma that you like to create.
Save the toothpick.
Yeah, you have a character who needs his toothpicks, but there's an alien.
This is the baby carriage about to go down the
Yeah.
steps. It's you know, this is really good stuff. And in the book, it still doesn't make sense. I believe he's either a former alcoholic or drug addict. I can't remember now. But the toothpicks are like his way of like curbing that.
Yeah.
And the stress or whatever.
You definitely like get, this is like his coping, and he's in an extremely stressful situation. There's a blown out butthole man staring at him, and he wants a toothpick. There's also like 20 toothpicks, but only 2 didn't fall in the dead man's blood.
Yes.
So, and it's still like, in grabbing this, you're definitely gonna brush the blood.
It's also a toothpick that's on the floor of a bathroom.
Yes.
Never mind a bathroom where a man has just died.
Yeah.
And also, he's in this bathroom arguably for 2 minutes. Like, he couldn't curb, he
And
couldn't be like,
there's a monster in the toilet. Like, there's real fear. There's stakes.
Yes, the toilet is like a bucking bronco of a slug man trying to come out and eat his butthole.
so
And he's like,
he's-
gotta munch on a toothpick.
And so he's like literally taking his ass off the toilet to reach the toothpick to sit on the toilet.
This is where everything is wrong, and the tone is every single note is wrong, and they tried to make the whole thing funny.
Yeah.
These guys are laughing through all of this.
yes.
Yes.
Damian Lewis, in that scene, it's like a comedy scene you'd see in an improv show where someone's like, gotta keep that alien in the toilet. Damian Lewis runs. It's like dangerous.
Yes.
And then he comes back and he goes, hang in there, buddy.
And like squeaking a bike
horn.
horn. He's like, Jonesy, Jonesy. Like,
And the guys who get in the car wreck, Thomas Jane and Oliphant get in a car wreck. They pull each other out there laughing. They're
Yes.
like, oh
Yes.
man,
They
car
flipped
flipped.
a car
car
like
flipped.
8 times.
Yeah. And then they meet a woman who farts. Hey everybody, we have to take a brief break in the show right now. I know, but we have to thank our sponsors. And you know what? The sponsor that I love is you. What do you mean you? I mean you, the people who actually donate to this show, right? These are people who listen to this show for free and say, you know what? I'm going to take out my checkbook, I'm going to open up my Venmo, and I'm going to send you guys some money. And I love that simply because we have the best fans in the world, and I appreciate literally every dollar that you send us. It helps us. It helps everybody here at Earwolf. You know, look, we're making a free podcast. We love doing it. And when you send us money, look, it's the nicest thing you could possibly do. And I can't say anything more than that, but I can thank you all individually. I want to thank our friend Scott Cole. Scott Cole. Sounds like a race driver in a 1980s action movie, you know. Maybe you were racing Tom Cruise and Dave the Thunder. Cole Trickle and Scott Cole racing down the highway. I love Scott Cole. And let me tell you, Scott, for donating $100, I'm going to testify at any trial that you are at. If you get arrested, if you get put on trial, I will be there. And you know what I'm going to say? Scott Cole is a motherfucking good dude. And then I'm just going to slam down the Bible and walk out of that courtroom. And you know what? You're going to get off. No matter what you did, you're going to get off. Please don't commit a crime, Scott Cole. Jared Isle, he looked at Scott Cole and said, oh, you gave 100? I'm going to give 150. Jared Isle, you're not an Isle. You are now a part of an archipelago? Archipelago? I don't know. You're not anything anymore. Now you're part of a continent, okay? Let's Pangea your ass, Jared Isle, and say now you're part of the How'd This Get Made community. You are with us. Jared Isle, you know what? Ladies, if Jared's not married or if Jared's into guys, is the best dude because he is a smooth F-er. That's right. He will F you smooth. What do I mean by F? Fuck. Jared Isle, I love you. Thank you for the $150. Jason D. Sawtells, 200 bones. This guy is throwing out money. So much money, I feel like I have to give Jason D. Sawtells a lap dance. I'm going to give you a verbal lap dance. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, you're so strong, Jason DeSautel's. Oh, my gosh, I love that $200. Why don't you come up to the champagne room and spank my bottom, Jason DeSautel's. Jason, we just shared an intimate moment, but let me tell you something. I meant every bit of it. I will lap dance on you audibly. I audibly lap danced on you. Jason, thank you so much for this. I've said a lot of bad things about Jasons in my life, but Jason DeSautel's, I have nothing bad to say because this guy reached into his pockets when you're deep and pulled out $200 to us. And I have to say thank you to you. We're all going to send you all something in the mail. Jason, Jared, and of course, Scott Cole. You all are the true champions. But now listen to some of our corporate champions. Oh my gosh, you like to cook, but you don't have time? Well, that's a story that I've heard a million times. You know why? Because I've told that story. If I was someone who was around a campfire trying to tell the story of my clan, I would be saying, well, I wish I could have cooked tonight, but I got, I waylaid, I was hunting a bison, and then I met a guy who sold me some magic stones, and then, and my cave got flooded, and I couldn't get to the grocery store. Here's the deal. I wouldn't have these problems back in caveman times if they had caveman Blue Apron. But I'm not worried about caveman times anymore. I'm worried about now times. Because Blue Apron is a service that delivers to you amazing high-quality food with simple recipes that are easy and fun to make. And why do you want to cook at home? Because it has community. You can cook with your loved ones. You can impress your loved ones. You can just basically stop ordering out and have these giant bills from your Postmates or your Yelps and your DoorDashes. Blue Apron makes it simple and easy to cook. And you don't have to be an expert chef. But when you're done making these meals, you'll feel like one because their step-by-step instructions really show you how to do it easy. And let me tell you, as far as their, all their kind of their fish and their meat and their chicken, it's all natural. It's all good. All right. You can get into all the details on their website. But the other thing I love about this is, say you live in a small town, a small town where you can't get dick or shit. Okay? Well, they're going to send it to you because they're going to make sure that food gets there. So finally you can start eating in a way that's a little bit more appealing than just hitting up that old McDonald's. And let me tell you about the meals that are available in October. They got, Thai green curry chicken and squash with yu choy, jasmine rice, and cashews. They have roast pork steamed buns with black garlic mayonnaise and spicy cabbage slaw. They got seared salmon, fall vegetable hash with apple brown butter dressing. Ooh, that sounds good. And by the way, I've been doing this, and I love it. It's great. Legitimately, I use this product and really, really enjoy it. So check out this week's menu and get your first 3 meals free on us with free shipping by going to blueapron.com/bonkers. Okay, you are going to love how good it feels and tastes to create incredible home-cooked meals with Blue Apron. So don't wait. That's blueapron.com/bonkers. Blue Apron, a better way to cook. All right, now back to our show. It is like you combined 2 movies, but neither movie knew that they were in each other's movie. So those guys were reacting like a lighter, it's even a lighter Big Chill because they're not even addressing, it's not like, one of our friends died or
it's like a horror movie or whatever with all this stuff, but there is scenes that are Big Chill like the one you just played where Jason Lee is cooking for everybody and they're all in the kitchen and he's like, got blown last night.
Yeah.
Like, what?
The dinner scene where you're supposed to get to know these guys, where they're all sitting around just like chatting and this is where you get to like these dudes or get to know them. And they're just awful. Every one of them each one is less likable than the last at that meal.
And you're so confused by it because also you meet these characters in these kind of extreme moments in the beginning. Like, again, who was again? I'm getting confused between Damian Lewis and Thomas Jane. Damian Lewis crosses the street, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So he gets hit by a car. He looks like he's committing suicide because the cars are racing down the street and he just walks in the middle of it. He gets hit and he's like, that was 6 months ago I got hit by that car. But it's neither here nor there. It's not like, oh, this is a celebration that you're finally healed.
And he was warned. And that's the thing. They know they're psychic. They know they have psychic connection to one another. One of them, Jason Beaver, calls him. Jason Beaver.
Be careful.
And goes, be careful. Like, I don't know what's going to happen, but something's going to happen.
Yeah, be careful. And he goes, why? And he goes, I don't know.
But wouldn't it have made even more sense if, like, he was on the corner and a car just hit it, like, jumped the curb and hit, like, he looked, again, as an audience member, I'm confused. Like, is he suicidal?
Like, we have two suicidal ones now and a drunk one. Yeah.
But then there appears at the end to be, like, some sort of reason why it happened to him.
Right.
They're like, because that makes him immune.
Because he said he saw Duddits. So he's like, Duddits was calling me, and I got hit, and then they, when he's dying, they're like, he's dead, he's dead. He sees Duddits again as he's in the ambulance.
There's a lot of POV shots.
Yes, yeah. And then he said Thomas Jane mentions later, I think he's immune because I think he died.
But immune to what?
Immune to the alien sharing his body? Yeah, but that's not the way anyone has died. Everyone dies from a butt explosion.
Yes.
So no one has died yet from sharing their body with Mr. Gray. So we don't know that that's a death-causing
thing is Mr. Gray, oh God. Mr. Gray, the giant alien.
Who has a British
Mr. Gay is how Duddits pronounces it.
Yes.
It's very uncomfortable.
Yes.
Well, Duddits does a lot of uncomfortable things in this movie.
Well, I think one of my favorite parts of the movie, a part where I wish there was sort of like sitcom like audience applause, is when Donnie Wahlberg comes down the stairs as the adult Duddits. The reveal of Donnie Wahlberg.
Oh, see, for me, that reveal came when the credits rolled, and I was like, Donnie Wahlberg?
The fun credits where we relive the fun dinner they had.
We'll get to the credits because the credits need to be unpacked.
A drive, like
we haven't talked.
It's almost like a rap version of the song. It's
I was expecting like a Ninja Turtles rap. Where it was like, Mr. Gray, he saved the day. Nope, that was done. It's in a regular way.
It's like LL Cool J from like Deep. What was it?
Deep Blue Sea.
Deep Blue Sea. You know what? Let's just play it for a second because it is what we just talked about. So this is the final line of the movie into the credits. This is a movie where we've just watched aliens and people dying, and it's a serious movie, and it's this one right here.
Jones, if that's really into your thing.
I got it! They're my friends. We're all best friends.
Here's the Duddits. Dreamcatcher.
It is.
Why is the movie called Dreamcatcher?
Well, that brings up
Why
a great
is there
point.
a Dreamcatcher? What is that part of it?
Well, okay, when we see the flashback where we see the boys either like, if it was a process of getting powers and now this is like the moment where they finally fully realize their powers and they save another girl, that they say, let's do the Dreamcatcher, where they all put their hand on Duddits' shoulder to mirror the Dreamcatcher they made for Duddits in arts and crafts.
Yeah.
But
and then that's still nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume it means like that sort of position is how they felt their powers. Is like, well, we used to have to touch Duddits to get the powers. Now he's put it in us that we can. This is me taking like leaps and leaps.
Guys, I have brought some OxyContin. We're gonna do it now. We're gonna fucking break this.
It's a Dreamcatcher.
So
Catch dreams.
We're gonna go away for a couple minutes. We're gonna take these drugs, and when we come back, we're really gonna get this movie.
And we're gonna understand.
Start over again.
Can you imagine if we were like, how did we not get it? Okay, here it is. This is the movie. Okay, ready. Okay, so Duddits makes total sense because
you gotta understand. For me, like at this time, I'm a Stephen King like mega fan, super fan, and I'm most particularly a fan of the Dark Tower series. That was since childhood. I've been reading those books. Series that spanned his entire career. They're making movies out of it and all this stuff. But so I would read anything. And I was a huge apologist for anything Stephen King. I'd be like, I don't care because I love him. He's been my whole childhood and adult life. I've loved his books. And it was just crushing and crippling to read this book. It made no sense, and the fact that it went on for 600 plus pages.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it just wouldn't end when it
I
did
feel like
end.
it was like his therapy to get out of the hospital. It's sort of like his journal in the hospital, it's like, and then release it.
Yes.
Like it just.
Yes, and he's not disavowed it, but he's like, it's terrible. It's just a terrible book.
Well, I guess there's so many things that don't make sense. And one thing too that I haven't even talked about, but I feel like I assumed was that Duddits was long dead until they reveal that he is not.
Oh yeah.
Like there is a remembrance of him in this time. And
Yeah,
they're like, oh,
cheers. They go like,
yeah,
just a Duddits.
Yeah, that weekend, the night where he gets hit by the car and Thomas Jane almost casually kills himself. He says, "I think we should go see Duddits this weekend."
Okay.
But I was also like, are they talking about his grave?
That's what I kind of felt like.
And also, he's an alien, but can still get earthly leukemia, or is that not really leukemia?
Or is he an alien in the same way that Mr. Gray is an alien in Jonesy's body? Like, is he just in the body of a boy?
I don't think so because...
So who's that woman?
The alien jumps out of Jonesy and Jonesy's still there.
You're right.
Duddits turns into an alien and there's no
So
Duddits
who's
body.
the woman?
An adoptive
Who's that mother?
Did she did she Superman him, like find him in a field and then like
maybe
because she's
I
like
think she's a caregiver, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, audience. An enormous spaceship lands on Earth in this movie. Crash lands in Maine. An enormous spaceship full of aliens crash lands in this movie.
But we're only going to spend like 10 minutes on it, and it's like an hour and 40 in.
Yes.
Yeah, I kept on writing. When does this movie start? Like, it really starts about 30 minutes in.
It keeps starting.
Yes.
Different versions of the movie keep beginning every 20 to 30 minutes.
We have not gotten to Tom Sizemore.
Nope.
Oh my gosh.
Sizemore has a whole journey.
John Wayne's gun.
With a tracking device. He's going to stand in an open snowy field and just shoot a helicopter.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
The mowing down of the aliens.
The genocide of the aliens in the
Morgan Freeman's eyebrows, which were
Freeman's eyebrows were out of
Why
control.
are the aliens standing in a field sending psychic message? There's no virus.
Yeah.
Like that's not gonna work.
And they're just waving. Like we're just
There's
waving.
No virus. There's no
Don't
virus.
hurt us.
But here's the weird thing. So we were going back to your point in the beginning. You're saying, well, Duddits trained these 4 boys to help prevent the alien invasion. But
Which is now happening as they are adults.
But I would argue that's been happening for a while because Morgan Freeman says I spent 25 years chasing this thing all around the world. So
can't we assume that the next arrival of aliens will neither have Morgan Freeman nor the 4 boys to combat it?
Well, I think he says in the flashback where they go to find the girl in the drain, which is just a normal sentence at this
Drain
point.
girl?
Drain girl, I have to breeze by. But Duddits...
Oh, I also didn't like that her name was Josie.
Yes, and there's Jonesy.
And there's Jonesy, because Duddits couldn't say either.
Yes.
I couldn't understand what he was talking about.
But they realized, looking back, that he said Mr. Gay, meaning Mr. Gray. So my thought is that these aliens have been here for 25 years, going back to when Duddits came, and there have been small skirmishes that the secret blue army, boys, like has to keep under wraps. But that there is a bad alien amongst this race of otherwise pretty peaceful aliens named Mr. Gray who wants to start the war. That's what Duddits says, is Mr. Gray wants a war.
Yeah.
I think they could even be from the same race, and that crash landing, they are nice women and children who are like...
No, I don't think they are.
You don't think they are?
Because they turn...
Oh, that's right, and they make it a virus.
But
You're
Duddits
right.
looks like the same alien that...
No, he looks different.
He's different. He's a different color, and he's a little
But
nicer.
he also has a weird sharp tail.
Yeah, I think they must be like neighbors. They must be like of a similar...
And now can we get to Damian Lewis's Stewie from Family Guy impression?
Yes. Oh my God.
Okay,
Which is funny because
he's British.
Yeah. And he's doing a terrible...
So once Mr. Gray, the alien, once the 9-foot alien disapparates into Damian Lewis.
Yes.
Damian
By the way, great
Lewis
disapparates.
Thanks. Damian Lewis. Damian Lewis becomes... This is the part of the movie that was the most confounding to me. This becomes a movie in which his character is at war with himself, wherein who is controlling Jonesy's body?
It becomes the mask.
Yes, and Damien. Yes, exactly.
God, I wish it had just become the mask and there had been a big mambo number.
And they have two-sided conversations where Mr. Gray is speaking in a hyperbolic British accent.
Hello.
Yes. And then when Jonesy is speaking, nobody's moving, like he's not moving his mouth and he looks stoic. Also, Damian Lewis is trapped in his quote-unquote memory house.
Memory warehouse.
Memory warehouse inside his own mind, watching all the events of the movie happen out a window.
Yes.
Yes.
A window that he looked in as a child.
That part I could not make heads or tails
And then
of.
also he's having interactions with Mr. Gray, the slug, inside his memory bank. And the memory vault is so weird. But let's take a listen to the dueling voices and when they're when they're kind of talking to each other. Here we go.
What was that, Mr. Jones? What did we just pass on the road there?
Are you speaking to me?
Yes, I am, Mr. Jones. Or is it Jonesy? That's what your friends call you, isn't it? Let's be friends.
Mr. Bond.
Why are you letting me live?
I'm borrowing you. We're going to take a little journey.
Fuck you.
I know what that expression means. I've studied the foul language section of your memory warehouse.
How about this, Mr. Gray? Eat shit and die.
Why'd you call me Mr. Gray?
Also for Mr. Gray.
Someone told you about me. Who told you about me?
So that you get an idea.
Okay, don't talk about the Germans. Don't talk about the war. I mean, he sounds like fucking
crazy.
Faulty Towers.
It does.
Holy shit.
Apparently, he was doing an impression of Malcolm McDowell. That was his actor's choice.
Amazing.
Which is odd, though, because he's British.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to
And
put
why,
it on.
why does the alien want to be British?
Everyone would want to be British if they came here. They'd be like, what earthly accent should I adopt? Oh, the one with the most authority.
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's it. So that's going on the entire movie.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paul. No. Oh. It's not going on the entire
You're
movie.
right.
Because it doesn't start for at least an hour.
Yeah.
So the next hour is the next hour and a half is when it takes place.
Right, and so they're having this.
It just feels like the entire movie because it's its own movie.
Is when Timothy Oliphant has been like kidnapped by Jonesy Alien.
Oh,
Mr.
after
Gray.
almost having his dick get bitten off.
Yes, by
another assworm.
By another assworm or shit weasel they call him.
Yes.
Oh shit! Thank you.
And they're on that snowmobile.
Shit weasel is amazing.
Yes,
yeah, that's
amazing. And then finally, Timothy Oliphant's had enough of helping this alien. He's like, and he tells Mr. Gray to bite his bag. He goes, bite my bag. And then Jonesy / Mr. Gray says, I think I will bite your bag and everything else on you. And he turns around and eats him.
Yeah, he becomes like a big giant like mouth, teeth
But
mouth.
the fact that this interstellar alien from a highly advanced civilization that's come across the cosmos is like, you know what? I will bite your bag.
I also love the idea the idea of the memory vault is so interesting. It kind of reminds me a little bit of there's a great Sherlock where like a guy.
Memory palaces are a thing. That's like I understand what they're referencing, but to make it an actual place that he is trapped within,
is
complete insanity.
And that he's having like a little chase scene in. There's like one part where he's like, oh, Mr. Gray is like busy. I don't know how Mr. Gray is busy, but he's like running around collecting files to then bring into his secret office, which for whatever reason, Mr. Gray can't access, but it's just an office.
Oh, they explain all of that at dinner.
Yeah.
He's like, they're like, well, what do you do about the stuff you don't want to forget about? He's like, I keep that in my secret office.
That's where my Blue Bayou lyrics are, because I had to make room.
Scene where they say, I mean, it's just Beaver again going, I don't remember the warehouse. What's the mind warehouse? Like, come on, you know the mind warehouse. Yeah. No, I don't. Remind me. You know it, Beaver. You know what it is. No, I don't. Explain it. Come on, Beav. You know it. It's insane. Yes. It goes on forever.
It's talking to the audience, which this movie I think does a lot. Like,
oh my God, the whole movie.
Like, can you please like we need help. You got to explain it. And which goes into when Jason Lee is dying. There's so many great little clips.
Jason Lee.
Timothy Oliphant when he's dying. Sorry.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead with Jason Lee though.
Jason Lee at one point, Jason Lee and Damian Lewis are standing outside their cabin, and a helicopter is flying above them. Mm-hmm. Jason Lee keeps a toothpick in his mouth while he's trying to shout words at a helicopter. So he's trying to both bite down on the toothpick and say his lines of dialogue. take the toothpick out of your fucking mouth.
He's got to.
And
We
they
gotta
are
know. We gotta know that he'll do anything for that toothpick.
Yeah.
And they also are barely raising their voices and are trying to talk to people in a helicopter. Like, hey, down here. And the people are like, just waving at. It's nonsense.
Well, it also does my favorite dumb thing. We talked about this in Stealth as well, where people in helicopters look out the window to talk to people as if like
They're in a conversation.
They're in a conversation together, which is like always the dumbest thing. It's like no one's like, hey, I'm looking at your like. There's no reason to make eye contact when in dueling helicopters.
Oh, how about this? This blew my mind. So, Tom Jane and Tim Oliphant are in a car accident because they find also a gassy person. And Tom Jane's like, okay, I'm going to go get help. Tim Oliphant, you stay here. Tim Oliphant gets drunk with the gassy woman, okay?
Very drunk.
And a shit weasel comes out of that gassy woman, blah, blah, blah. But before that, Tim Oliphant just, apropos of nothing, goes, you know what I think? I think my friend Duddits is an alien.
Well, that's it. This is like so.
I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
He explains the whole plot of the movie. Ridiculous, and this is amazing. Here, listen to all the exposition.
Folks, there is one issue I'd like to bring up, just in case I should, kick the bucket out here, turn into a goddamn
pizzicle. Nailed it.
Not that I think that's inevitable. I'm sure Henry or Jonesy or Beaver will be coming to get us soon. They're my friends. We're all best friends. I'll be very candid with you about this. So please, don't get freaked out or think that I'm some kind of weirdo who you shouldn't meet for the best fried clams in Maine. Just some innocent fried clams at the West Wharf. You see, the four of us, as best friends, we all have this other friend by the name of Duddits.
Oh, my
Our
God.
friend Duddits, well,
This
he's
is
not your average
crazy.
old buddy. One day, a long time ago, he gave us all this kind of gift. This ability to know things. To
This is in the movie.
talk to each other
I love the
without
composer's
talking
sting.
at all,
Oh, yeah.
Just mind to mind. Do you see what I'm getting at? I think maybe our friend Duds is not from this planet. I
What?
think Duds is from somewhere else. And he came here to prepare us for something. Crazy.
Perhaps the events of this movie.
Talking shit about the only perfect person I ever knew.
Perfect person.
Also, that's
goddamn
not shit.
good. I can't believe he's a human. And we should be singing his praises, not questioning what galaxies. I gotta pee.
That happens.
Oh my gosh.
That's like when you just hear that, like that's
over an hour into the movie.
and it's very like theater-like. It's sort of
Yes.
like, let me tell you.
It's a soliloquy
Yeah.
with like the slim like veil of no, he's talking to this passed out woman who's dead, but he doesn't maybe realize she's dead. But it was also like it sounded like they were like, just in case the audience is lost, will you like improvise a monologue here, Tim? And here are the bullet points. And if you could repeat that you're friends as many times as possible.
But make sure you say best friends.
Because we like don't know if that dinner scene's gonna get us all we need.
It smells like a reshoot. It's like we can get him
Yes.
out there. We'll put the snow. Just explain the plot here because we're finding people who really are checking
Also,
out.
I really couldn't believe that I didn't find Oliphant handsome in this movie. It was blowing my mind. I was like,
Have I talked about Sonos? I think I have because I love Sonos. I have been on the Sonos train for a long time. Let me tell you about the Sonos train. The music sounds great. Why? Because when I walk to different train cars, I'm listening to different music. Or I can make every train car play the same music. Paul, what are you talking about? I'll tell you. Sonos is the smart speaker system that streams all your favorite music to any room or every room, all right? Control your music with one simple app. Fill your home with pure immersive sound. I love it. If you're in an apartment or you're in a house, you live with different people, you want to listen to different things in different rooms, Sonos allows you to do that, and you don't have to like run around trying to find a plug or a port to plug your thing into. No. The app collects all your music on your phone, and you can pick the volume, the sound, any sort of music service that you subscribe to. It's all on there. It's so simple. It's so easy. So play a different song in the living room, bedroom, or even the bathroom, or the same track in every room, and all your music services are there. So be cooking in the kitchen, listening to Frank Ocean, be listening to NPR in your bedroom. I don't know if I can say NPR, but I just did. And then, I don't know, maybe in the living room, you're just going to be watching TV. That's it. Basically, Sonos is your music, your way, easy, simple. That's the word, Sonos. Oh my goodness, I'm talking about my friends at Casper Mattress. What's a Casper mattress? Oh, only the most comfortable thing that you'll put your body on. How do I know? Because I am sleeping on a Casper mattress. But here's the deal. It's so comfortable, it's gotta be so expensive. No, it's not. You're wrong. 100% wrong. Casper is so comfortable and it's half the price of a normal mattress that you go buy at one of those stupid mattress stores with a sweaty guy or a creepy woman over you trying to make you get on a bed to try to understand what it would actually feel like to sleep on it. How do you try a bed in a showroom? You can't. Casper sends you a mattress in a cool little box. It, boom, opens up. It feels really big. You get to sleep on it for 30 days. If you don't like that mattress, you send it back. No questions asked, okay? I talked to you about the cheapness of these mattresses. Cheapness in price, not in quality, okay? Because here's the deal, all right? Mattresses can cost, I don't know, well over $1,500, right? But Casper mattresses cost $500 for a twin size, $600 for a twin XL, $750 for a full, $850 for a queen, and $950 for a king. You can't beat that, okay? Here's the deal, too, and this is what I think is the best part of it. It's a mattress that combines latex and memory foam together to create an award-winning sleep service. Look at your mattress. Are you on an award-winning mattress? You are not. But it knows how to grab you, it knows how to hold you. Time Magazine, and we all love Time Magazine, said it's one of the best inventions of 2015. So if you're not on the best invention of 2015, what are you doing with your life, okay? Free shipping in the US and Canada. Try Casper for 100 nights for free. I was wrong before when I said 30. 100 nights for free in your own home. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up and refund you everything. It's made in America. So do yourself good, support your country, sleep on a mattress that remembers you. And if you don't like it after 100 days, tell them to go fuck themselves. But you know what? You'll be fucking yourself because it's the best mattress you'll ever sleep on. Casper. But that's not all. You know what? I'm so convinced you're gonna like it. I'm gonna give you $50 towards any mattress purchase. Just go to casper.com/how and use the offer code HOW. That is casper.com/how and use the offer code HOW to get $50 off.
How is he? What's happening? His hair's just a little bit down, and I'm like no longer finding this guy super attractive like he normally always is.
Well, he also is a creep.
Yeah.
You know, he uses his psychic powers to like hit on this woman and try to get her to have fried clams with him at the best fried.
Oh,
clams
good. It was
in
just
Maine.
my subconscious being like, you shouldn't be attracted to
No,
this.
yeah, that's like your internal.
Yeah, like red flag.
Red flag, red flag. This guy's a danger. He's an irreprehensible character. I think he's sort of flirting with this woman at one point too, or pretending they're on a date or something.
Right, the dead woman with the thing out of her ass.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's not a likable figure.
Yeah, I guess maybe he like tried to ugly himself up because he needed to be a guy that people wouldn't be interested
Well, they're
in.
like, we got Thomas Jane. We got the handsome quotient down.
Yeah.
Who else do we got here? Daniel is pretty handsome.
Yeah.
Let's give him a beard. Oliphant, good-looking guy. Let's just make him a creep.
Yeah, he's an alcoholic creep. And then Jason Lee, toothpicks.
Oh my!
Put them nerdy Buddy Holly glasses on him too while you're at it.
Oh my gosh, this is.
I also loved that whenever they would flash back to the kids when they were kids, and even when they would meet with, like, when they come upon Duddits and the bullies are there, blah, blah, blah. Almost every single kid is given a ball or a frisbee or a piece of sports equipment to hold.
A paddle with a ball at the end.
It's as if when you hung out with your friends, you're like, oh, you bring a ball, you bring a basketball, you bring a football, I'll bring a frisbee. Well, it is so funny.
Those flashbacks really did have the quality of a Stephen King made-for-TV movie from the 80s.
Yes.
They looked like It or The Stand or something where you're like, this is not
and that's
good.
what it felt. It felt like cheap like that.
Yes.
It didn't feel like there's
video. Because the rest of the movie is actually relatively beautifully shot.
Yeah.
Like the look of things is relatively nice.
It's expensive. It's lovely. Like,
guy who-
especially the main stuff, like all those big, like beautiful kind of like snowy forests of Maine. It looks gorgeous.
And it's almost constantly snowing, which is like pretty visually cool. Just like, can't believe it's like always snowing.
Two things. One, I think that the DP is an Academy Award-winning director of photography. I'm pretty sure.
I believe it.
And then two, how about those animals?
Yeah.
running. I forgot about the animals running.
All the practical animals running away.
It was like a Warner Brother, like an old, like a Bugs Bunny or something. All the animals were running.
Also,
and they're like repeating the same set.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
They have red stuff on them. They have signs of the virus.
Yeah.
And we know that animals can have shit weasels because a poor German Shepherd suffers this fate.
He makes them eat it.
But Morgan Freeman is obsessed with the idea of a hitchhiker. Well, there was a whole woodland parade that could hitchhike out of this area.
That's right.
Like there are hundreds of deer carrying this virus.
Why not crash 20 miles in? It's right outside of Boston. The whole movie is about these aliens.
They can also turn into mist and fly away. Why don't they just run?
Why, yes.
Just get to Boston.
Why are the aliens standing outside of their ship waving? Why not just immediately? Okay, you crashed. Great. Move. Let's go.
Let's
mobile.
Let's red dust as fast as we can.
By the way, Curtis, you are right. That the guy, the cinematographer or the DP, was the guy who did Mad Max Fury Road.
Whoa.
And the Harry Potter. And,
he's
and
like
Rain Man and
Patient.
Yeah. It looks. I mean, again, top of the ticket.
You saw if somebody was like, "Oh, do you want to meet Lawrence Kasdan on this movie William Goldman wrote about?" Yeah, fuck yeah.
That's what Damian Lewis said in an interview.
Stephen King book.
He said he was like, "Hey, when Lawrence Kasdan hands you a script that William Goldman has written from a Stephen King novel, like you go, yeah, it's an easy answer."
I kept thinking about them like calling their moms and being like, "Oh my gosh, I'm about to be in the best thing of my career."
It's all happening.
And then just the sadness of like, oh boy.
I mean, midway through they must have. I mean, but you read that. I guess they were all relatively lesser known then.
Yes.
So
this is before everybody's big.
Was Oliphant on
breaks.
Deadwood yet? I don't
He'd
even
done
know.
Go.
Right.
I think
because it's 2003, so that's pretty early for all these guys. I think at that point. But there's so many weird things, and I imagine also if you're adapting that book, you must go like, I don't know if this is a good book though, because it is. I mean, the book is, relatively given like an average of a C+ rating, which is, so it's not like the best Stephen King book that you're adapting. No. And then also there's like weird little things. This is a detail I thought was interesting too, that Morgan Freeman's character in the book is called Colonel Kurtz in a reference to Apocalypse Now. But in the movie they were like, no, we don't want, like that's even.
They named him Colonel Curtis in the movie. Which, I appreciated, but still, ridiculous.
It's just a weird thing. And to talk about this ending...
Still haven't talked about Sizemore.
Oh, my gosh. We got to get into Sizemore.
And the finger shooting off.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of finger and dick
The eyebrows on Morgan Freeman were like
crazy.
Prosthetic eyebrows.
There's a part where Timothy Olyphant, the shit weasel, grabs onto his dick, and then he, continues to... kind of talk and interact. I'm like, your dick is bitten off, and he is not acting like he's.
He didn't get it.
I don't think it was.
He says it tried to bite my dick.
Oh, okay, so it just got in the area.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
And then he said, I always thought my ex-wife would do that.
Yeah.
He throws out like a fucking Borscht Belt.
An ex-wife zinger.
Yeah, Catskills comic.
There's so many lines that are masquerading as quips in this movie.
I mean, it's like old guys. Middle-aged guys who wrote and made this movie that should have been made by young, aggressive filmmakers.
Do you guys think that William Goldman and Lawrence Kasdan were just ahead of their time and that this is an allegory for the refugee crisis where refugees are crashing ships into our shores and they are trying to spread their
virus.
The virus of terrorism.
MAGA.
Yes.
Well,
right?
that's
MAGA.
That's
Make America great again, guys.
That's the H.P. Lovecraft thing, and who Stephen King's really influenced by. H.P. Lovecraft wrote all these Cthulhu stories that were very. They weren't really that big in their own time, but all these guys, King and all these guys, were super influenced. He was an insane racist and xenophobe.
Really?
Oh yeah, H.P.
Lovecraft?
Really?
Horrible racist and xenophobe. And all his books, that's what they're about.
Really?
It's all things coming out of the ocean to fuck the women and take the from the erudite professors and steal for the white people and take their stuff, and from outer space. It's all references to boats and planes coming to America. Wow. And there's always a section in some H.P. Lovecraft story where they meet some swarthy Middle Eastern weird cultist, and it's dangerous.
All right, I'll audition. Where are we going with it?
So to talk about the end of the book, the end of the movie. So the end of the book. So they get Duddits at a certain point. Duddits confronts the alien. They have like an alien fight, and then Duddits dies.
The alien fight is so anticlimactic. When Duddits turns into an alien, he's an alien for like 15 seconds. They stab each other with their tails. A shroud appears over them, and they die.
Well, I think because it's all a reshoot.
Yep.
Because, all right, so in the book, this is what happens. In the book, it seems like, well, I know it. In the book, Henry and Duddits use their powers to smother Mr. Grey with a pillow.
With a pillow?
Yes.
I don't remember
inside Jonesy's mind.
What? How do they get in his mind?
I don't know.
I think he can pull them in, can he?
Oh, my gosh.
So that's the end of the book. So you want to talk about anticlimactic? Like that
pillow is what kills the alien?
Yes. Now, in the original version of the movie,
and it takes two of them to push a pillow onto his face.
And in the movie, instead of turning into an alien, Duddits just does that thing with his finger where the swirly thing happens, and then the air gets all swirly. And then it turns into a beam of light that shoots the alien back into a wall and it explodes. And then Duddits shouts, "I Duddits," and he falls down dead.
Yeah.
And then they all go visit his gravesite, and they sing the Blue Bayou song at his gravesite, which I do have a clip of.
This is the original ending?
This is the original ending.
That's how it should have ended.
And,
for sure.
and his gravestone has the Blue Bayou lyrics on it, which don't seem to connect with Duddits at all. It seems like that was their thing. It wasn't like Duddits sang Blue Bayou.
No, they sang it to him to calm him down.
Oh, okay, got it.
When they were trying to make him eat shit.
And like I said in the book, there's this at this climactic moment. There's this big major reference to it with it says Pennywise lives, and there's actually a statue, and there's a little inscription from the kids from it saying Bev and all the kids from it, and saying the Losers Club for all the lost out there, and it's a whole huge it reference that I think there should be a policy that you don't reference better things that you've written in your. It just reminds people how shitty the thing that you're reading is.
Or it's just like a coda to remind them that they have other work. Like, but remember this, don't be too mad.
You'll
available at Amazon.com.
But it's also like, I feel like those are the nuggets that you throw in so people buy the book. It's like, hey, they have a whole thing about Pennywise.
That's right.
Oh, shit, it's like
it
a
got
sequel.
me to see the movie.
Right.
I was like, oh, maybe there'll be some it stuff in this movie.
Because it's like, it just is enough to be like, oh, all right, yeah. But yeah, without that. Obviously, we have a lot of opinions about this movie. I want to take a moment to hear some second opinions. Also, before we get into that, I want to remind you that Blake Harris is on the case. He has been doing these amazing interviews with people from Stealth all the way back to Sleepaway Camp. And he hopefully we'll get in touch with somebody from Dreamcatcher, and everyone's kind of talking, so maybe we'll see. Even Lawrence Kasdan was like, this movie put me in jail for a long time.
William Goldman didn't write another movie until like a year and a half ago.
So crazy. He said
Good Will Hunting, right?
He had a movie with Tom Hanks that he couldn't get made.
Really?
Yeah. He's like, I had everything ready. He goes, a novel that was written by Richard Russo, the guy who wrote Nobody's Fool. He's like, we were all ready to go, and like, nah.
The movie lost, over like $40 million.
I would assume so. This is bananas.
So definitely check out our mini episode where Blake will have somebody there, and also on Slash Film. But now let's get into some second opinions.
Second opinions from top to bottom. Crazy movies are fun.
They're not your first, but they're gonna be a second.
From the depths of Amazon they come. Second opinions for everyone. Second opinions.
These are second opinions culled from Amazon 5-star reviews. These are all 5-star reviews of Dreamcatcher. There's so many good ones here. Okay, let's start here from Mike. He writes, "This isn't the book. How can it be? Get over it already. Why are you making comparisons, okay? It's a small group of people's interpretation of the story that they read, okay? If everything was meant to be taken verbatim, then I imagine Stephen King would have done it himself. Do yourselves a favor, put your expectations in the trash. You'll have more fun in life. 5 stars.
You'll have more fun.
Put your expectations in the trash.
Signed Donald Trump.
If you expect trash, you're going to get trash.
I'm going to put that on a pillow.
Put your expectations
and
in
smother an alien.
Yeah.
Oh my God. This is from Jonah Fight. I like to ski, so having this movie done in the snow and having it involve aliens totally sold me. I hope those worm monsters don't come to Pittsburgh. I'd squash them. 5 stars.
Oh my God.
I like to ski. Just like
This is-
no.
His reviews also double as like slight singles ads.
Check me out if you also love skiing and live in the Pittsburgh area.
Right, look out. If you act wrong, I'll squash you.
This is the one that I like too. It's just simple from Doc. Brilliant. I think he's actually reviewing the book. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. How does a man have elements of such a book floating around in his brain?
Oxycontin, Oxycontin.
5 stars. That's it. Just impressed that a man can create 5 stars. And then this one I like because it goes on a journey. By Doppelganger. There's just a cozy feeling to it. Stephen King style humor mixed with gore. It's a great movie. And I even like the story. I mean, okay, it's not great, but it's really good. Especially when you have to stay inside if you get like the flu or you have a broken leg.
What?
Hit by a car.
Yeah. Regardless, it's definitely worth a look. I mean, look, I've never met anyone who hated it. And if you don't love it, you'll probably just be glad that you saw it. And then you'll move on to your next scary or funny Sunday rainy day movie. But again, this is one of my favorite movies. And everyone's got a few of those. So I know you'll understand. 5 stars.
Wow.
That sounds like Timothy Oliphant's drunk. Hey guys, seriously, folks. Listen, we're all friends, so we have to be best friends and understand that sometimes movies might not be for you, but sometimes they are when you're best friends and your friend's an alien, and you need to stay in on a rainy day. That's just me. Sorry.
So anyway, so I don't
Hope
need
you
to bother.
understand.
I gotta say, look, I got it. Like Lawrence fucking Kasdan.
Yeah, man.
He wrote Empire Strikes Back.
Yes.
Oh, he's amazing.
And I think he even said it. Did he write
Raiders,
Return of the Jedi? Last Time?
Return of the Jedi, The Bodyguard, Force Awakens.
In an interview I read, he said he wrote Return of the Jedi as a favor to George Lucas because he didn't want to do any more Star Wars. He was like, I did it. And half the stuff that was in Temple of Doom, he wrote. He wrote that, and they just moved it into Temple of Doom. He's like, he's incredible. So I feel.
Oh, yeah.
And
I mean,
Goldman
look,
wrote
Big
the
Chill,
Princess
Silverado,
Bride.
Accidental Tourist, Grand Canyon, Wyatt Earp, Mumford. Like he's written like a bunch of stuff.
And William Goldman, I mean, it's All the President's Men and
Yeah.
Marathon Man, but I can recommend to your audience, Paul.
Yeah, please.
That if you want to see another William Goldman stab at horror, it's available, I think, on Amazon Prime, but if not, it's on Shudder or something. Is a movie based off one of his own books called Magic, starring a young Anthony Hopkins.
Oh, I know this movie.
With a ventriloquist dummy,
Ooh.
and it's Anthony Hopkins and a ventriloquist dummy. I won't say anything more than that, but it's a thriller horror written by William Goldman, based on a William Goldman book.
Oh, I gotta
highly
Magic.
recommend that it has this very Jonesy Mr. Grey quality.
Oh, I'm very excited about that. I want to see that. Final Amazon review here. This is my favorite one, all in caps. Okay, whoa. Wait, tell me, honestly, you're in a secluded cabin in the woods and you look out the window and you suddenly see every single animal in the forest running in horror the other way? You're not scared? Whatever. You guys all smoke too much crack. This movie rocked. 5 stars.
Wait, what?
And those animals were
They were just trotting.
They were trotting.
Oh my God.
And it was very cute. That
Yeah, it was a cute moment. It was a
there's
very
like a
Bambi
family
moment.
of bunnies.
Yeah, there's bunnies. There was like a bunny family.
Oh my God. This movie, I also wanted to just share with you the tagline of this movie.
Put your expectations in the trash.
Put
Don't
your-
put them that way.
These are the ones because it goes 4 friends hung a dream catcher in their cabin. It's about to catch something it cannot stop. That is not anything to do with this plot.
Nope. The
At all.
Dreamcatcher is irrelevant.
Yes. Yeah.
Entirely irrelevant.
It does technically catch the virus. The virus starts growing over it.
Okay.
It burns up.
Yeah. And so it can't stop virus or fire.
I know that his wife convinced him to change the title, Stephen King's wife.
From Cancer?
Cancer to Dreamcatcher. So that might have just been like now I gotta weave a Dreamcatcher into this thing.
Yeah, like
now I gotta go back. So
yeah, you're right, because it doesn't feel.
No,
I mean, again,
it's
there
superfluous.
are a lot, and I think when Stephen King fails, and you would probably be able to speak to this more than I, Curtis, but when he fails, it's only because he's put too many ideas into something. Because there are a lot of singularly good ideas in this. Like the idea of that gestating alien that comes out of your ass. That's like there are moments like in a cabin, very thing-like, can take over your body, but it just then
I cut him slack. He had been hit by a fucking car.
Sure.
He almost died. He wrote the stream of conscious. I completely cut him slack, of course, because whatever, he's fucking great. But it was all the ways in Stephen King can be bad. With the, like the way that the Beaver character talks, that's sort of slangy, that doesn't exist anywhere. A magical
kids
challenged, but like either mentally challenged or he'll go to the well often with like people who are disenfranchised in society, marginalized in society. They're always magical, and he comes from a generation like the baby boomers where that is like, obviously we make fun of it now. There's like the magical Negro in a movie or magical this. He's from that generation of guys, so it's every bad habit and cliche of that generation of guys thrown into a science fiction movie.
But, and again, I'll cut Stephen King the slack because he wrote it injured on OxyContin. I won't cut any of these other dildos any slack
But why
for reading that book and being like, oh yeah, why can't it just be relegated to the trash heap of like, that's Stephen King's worst book? It's a bummer.
Agree.
It's his worst book. But everybody was like, nope, we got to make an $80 million movie out of this.
Or why don't you go, you know what? This Stephen King book is a little messed up. How can we cut out the stuff
more
that
sense of it.
and streamline it? No, everyone's got to like.
That's the other problem too, is that he tried to be too close to the material of the book. Whereas like, Stanley Kubrick's like, oh, this is whatever. I'll take the names of the characters in a hotel with ghosts and I'm going to make an awesome, incredible movie.
That Stephen King hates.
That Stephen King hates, yeah.
Probably
he likes the Steven Weber version,
every person probably just picked their favorite major plot that there are like 6 of in this movie and insisted that their favorite was in, and then that's how like the movie was like exactly the same.
All right, well, obviously this is the time where I don't know where you all fall on this, but we'll say, would you recommend, knowing that we're watching movies that are, they're bad good, or good bad, would you recommend this to someone to see? I'll start and say, I do. I was thoroughly entertained, and we didn't even touch on bigger things.
We barely like. Here's what I'll say. When the movie started to focus more and more on Morgan Freeman and Tom Sizemore and the army and all that, I lost steam pretty hard. Up until then, great, loved it.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Did you want to go?
No. Go for it.
I've seen it 3 times. So, yes, I would absolutely recommend it. If for nothing else, just the Jonesy, Mr. Gray mask, that stuff was so funny to me and jarring. That alone is worth the price of admission, and the animals running also really sold.
I think if you're in like a snowy cabin and you have the flu, why not pop this movie?
Wait a second,
did you broken your leg?
Or like if you broke your leg, I don't know.
In the Pittsburgh area.
You guys understand there are worse movies, and you just don't be too mad.
I've never heard of anybody say like they hated it.
Yeah, like certainly no, and like even if you watch it and you don't love it,
but it is your favorite movie.
Well, and everyone's got a couple of those. I think there's enough redemptive, like ridiculous fun in this. I mean, like just the fart stuff alone. I'm so incredulous that was in this movie.
Oh, it's crazy. It's because it's comical farts.
Yeah,
it's like
yes.
It's like Wet Hot American Summer style farts.
And then then the guy leaves and they're like, "Whoo!" Opening windows, like, "Oh boy!" Like cut to like laugh track.
Yeah.
It was like just insane. So
I would love a cut of this movie, like Curtis said, like where it is like laugh track and applause breaks, like a sitcom style thing.
And like, ooh.
Did Lawrence Kasdan write anything else between this and The Force Awakens? I think
he wrote that. He wrote that movie, I believe, that like Sweet, like a. I call it like a not an older person movie, but it is an older person movie. Right. It was like Sweetest Kiss or something like that. Well, you can do that research yourself.
Yeah, sorry.
But if you have an opinion on this movie, we'd love to hear it. You can call us at 619-PAUL-ASK. That's PAULASK. 619-PAUL-ASK.
Are you still taking calls at 619-PAUL-ASK?
That's for
ASS?
That's a different line for a different show. But I am taking it. But this is more for the podcast and Dreamcatcher. Or you can leave a comment on the earwolf.com message boards. But now let's talk to our amazing guest. Jess, you have a brand new show show on ABC Digital. Talk to us about this show.
Yeah, it's called Serious Music. It's on. You can watch it on abc.com for free.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, if you got the ABC app. But you could just watch it for free. And it's about me and my writing partner, Zach Reno, playing versions of ourselves where we're two comedians who write songs, and like a Justin Bieber type thinks one of our songs is real and hires us to be songwriters. So then we are undercover trying to understand the music industry and make him a less shitty person.
That's awesome. I'm very excited to see it. And you and Zach are amazing, and your songs are great. And can people find them online too?
Yeah, you can find the Zach and the Jess on YouTube and see some of our vids.
Some classic vids.
Some classic vids.
We'll check those out.
Watching those vids.
Yeah, just watch those vids.
Curtis, do you have anything you would like to plug, talk about?
Fuck no, I'm a TV writer, so I wander the hills, just crying, waiting for the next gig to come in and being upset. So there's nothing I can particularly plug.
But
now.
we can plug your Twitter or your Facebook or your Instagram.
Sure. Yeah, if you want to see my adorable dog, you can come follow me on Instagram or Twitter, whatever. It's just Curtis Gwynn.
That's awesome. And Jason, what do you got to talk about?
Nothing much, really.
All right. I will plug that we will be in Anaheim later this month for the Now Hear This Fest Saturday night. You can come check that out. Go to nowhearthisfest.com. Also, check out Blunt Talk. I'm on that for a couple episodes this season. And make sure you check out our mini episode next week. You can check out Blake's article on Slash Film. He just talked to the technical advisor of Stealth, and it was a great interview. And you can follow us at HDTGM on Twitter and on Facebook. A big thank you to our engineer, Sam, Avril Halley, who from Movie Bitches, who cuts all of our clips. She's amazing. July Diaz, Nate Kiley, Marissa Zeitz, Leanna Waldron, and everybody here at Earwolf. Thank you so much for listening. As we leave, let's take a quick listen to all the main characters from the movie singing Blue Bayou from the edited version, the ending of the movie. There you go.
Nickels, saving dimes, working till the sun don't shine. Looking forward to happier times on Blue Bayou. I'm going back someday, come what may, to Blue Bayou.
A big thank you to Sonos once again for sponsoring us. Here's the deal, people. Sonos is a smart speaker, okay? You don't have to hook up anything to it. You just put it in your house and you play your music through your phone. Their amazing app gathers all your music, all your favorite music services, and it will play it in any room. You can play it in different rooms. Sonos speakers are smart. They talk to each other. You can basically solve every roommate problem you've ever had because you can be listening to hip hop in one room, rock in the other, and God knows that dumb roommate that you had that loves reggae. No, but it's great for families. It's great for roommates. It's great for everyone. I love Sonos, and it's especially great when you're lounging outside and you want to change the station. Hey, you got it right in your hand. So good. Sonos, it's speakers that are smart, but not smart enough that they're going to take over the world like the Terminator. Get yourself a Sonos speaker.
This has been an Earwolf production, executive produced by Scott Ackerman and Chris Bannon. For more information and content, visit earwolf.com.
Welcome to
theories
of the third kind.
Welcome. First off, I want to say thank you to whoever you are listening for opening your mind to receive these extra knowledge nuggies each week. It means a lot to all of us, and I want to let you know that.
Also, before we start, since you, whomever you are a Patreon subscriber, remember that you get priority in topic suggestions. So feel free to shoot those suggestions over to us either by email, Instagram DM, Twitter DM, or Facebook DM.
So today's episode is a Theories Thursday. Now, I'm sure y'all are familiar with it. This is Patreon. It's not the first rodeo of doing a Theories Thursday. But if for some reason this is your first time hearing it, Basically, what we do is we all come up with a topic and we bring it to the table and we go over it. We have a little discussion afterwards. It's kind of a more free-flowy episode. So we have recently started using a generator to randomize who gets to go first. So Aaron, you got those locked in there?
Yes, I have, let's see, I have Aaron, Anna, Dan, and Hans, and somebody give me a number between 1 and 10.
7.
7, we're going to randomize it 7 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. First one up to bat is Dan, then it's Anna, then Aaron, and then Hans rolls us into the last. Dan, you're the first this week. What is your topic for this Theories Thursday? Patreon exclusive.
So I titled it BHC. First word is black. Can y'all guess the rest?
Hadron Collider.
No.
Nice cock.
That is it. Yes. No. It is a Black Hope Curse. Have y'all heard of that?
Oh.
No.
No, I haven't.
Sounds like a pirate thing.
Well, this is the story about a couple in their new house that was built on a cemetery. Yeah. I'm just going to go over the story of it. And then pretty much at the end, we could talk about what y'all think it really is. But I read the story and it was very intriguing. So, in the early 1980s, a couple named Sam and Judith Haney decided to buy one of the lovely houses in Newport subdivision located in Crosby, Texas. Did I say that right, Aaron? Crosby? Hans?
I assume so. I don't know. I've never heard of Crosby, Texas. I've heard of Bill Cosby, but not Crosby.
Remember, the proof is in the pudding.
The proof is in the pudding.
Oh my God, y'all.
So, they had found what Sam said to be their dream home and what they thought they would live for a long time in. What developers had not disclosed about the land they chose to build this new subdivision on was a dark secret that would turn the Haneys and their neighbors' lives into a complete nightmare. Sam said it all started when a strange old man showed up at their door with an ominous warning to them that would soon prove to be true. This is what Sam said the old man said. This elderly man told me that he had noticed we were putting a swimming pool in our backyard, and that there was something about our backyard that I needed to know about. So I followed him around to my backyard, and he pointed at the ground and said, "That there are some graves right there." And he marked a spot on the ground where they were. And I really didn't know how to react to that. I didn't know if he was just joking. I couldn't understand why anyone would want to joke about something like that. Well, Sam Haney rented a small backhoe and started digging. Because, of course, you hear, oh, there's graves in your backyard if you're going to put a swimming pool there. Let's just go ahead and start digging.
Shouldn't they have like a law where you find graves that can't be disturbed?
Well, that's the thing, though. The land developers never disclosed that there was a cemetery there.
Okay.
So he started digging with a backhoe, and it wasn't long before Sam found something. He got out of the backhoe and started digging with his hands. What he found mortified him. It was a pine coffin. This is quoted from him. When we lifted up the first board, we could see an indentation of a skeleton form. It didn't take long to figure out that it was actual human remains. So yes, you see a pine coffin. We're just going to rip it open and see what's in it. So Sam immediately called the local sheriff as well as the county coroner, and they exhumed the remains in the coffin. Supposedly, most of the bones had already turned to a powder-like form, but about 25 fragments were found. Yet they were even brittle that, if handled wrong, they disintegrated pretty much. They also found another coffin that was right beside it, but of course they dug that one up too. Inside the second coffin, they found 2 thin wedding bands on the brittle finger bone of the skeleton. And they handed those to Sam's wife, Judith. So now they're robbing him. She said, "They handed me the rings and it was sickening to think that I had desecrated somebody's grave." But anyways, they were horrified to realize that they had desecrated the graves of 2 people. the Haneys decided they would try to find out whose remain had been buried on the property so they could do the right thing. Because, Native American graves, you have to let them know and everything. Well, that is when they finally found an old man by the name of Jasper Norton who could give them information about the land since he was a longtime resident of the area. Mr. Norton had been employed as a gravedigger and had been the person to bury as many as 60 people in that area during the 1920s to the late 1930s. He said that the Haney's house and quite a few of the other houses had been built on top of an old cemetery called Black Hope. Many of the deceased were former slaves who had settled in the area, died, and then been buried in Black Hope. The last burial was in 1939. So, of course, Norton identified the remains of the two people found buried in the Haney's backyard as an old couple by the names of Betty and Charlie Thomas. They were former slaves and died during the early 30s. When Sam and Judith were unable to locate any living relatives of the Thomases, Sam and Judith decided to rebury the remains back where they were found and, live happily knowing that they had restored them back to their rightful spots. Well, that was not the end of it. Not long after they reburied the remains, the Haneys started having weird and unexplainable occurrences happening in their home. They would hear eerie voices talking while they were trying to sleep. Then one night, Judith was startled awake when a clock in their bedroom, even though it was unplugged, began giving off sparks in an eerie blue glow. One night after her husband had left for work, Judith was alone in the house. That is when she heard the sliding glass door open, and then she heard a disembodied voice ask her, "What are you doing?" Scared by the unfamiliar voice, she checked for intruders. But there was nobody there and the glass door was locked. Thinking to herself, "Well, you must be losing your mind, Judith. This really must be getting to you now." So the next morning, while she was getting dressed to go out, she went into her closet to grab her favorite red shoes. But they were nowhere to be found. When Sam got home from working overnight, Sam said this. He's like, "So of course I started looking for them and went through all of her closets where she normally puts things. We just couldn't find them. We had walked just a short distance from where the grave sites were and I could see something on the grave. They were both side by side like someone had just picked them up and carried them over and laid them down on the grave site. After finding them on the grave, Sam remembered about what Norton told him about who it was. And pretty much like, their birthday and then the day they passed. They realized that same day was Betty Thomas's birthday. He said, "I kind of got the feeling that it was like Charlie Thomas was giving Betty a birthday present." So Charlie pretty much opened the sliding glass door, went inside, grabbed some shoes, and gave it to Betty, scaring the shit out of Judith. So I thought that was pretty funny. So this made Judith realize what was happening. She came to the realization that this was not all in her mind anymore, that she wasn't crazy. This had something to do with Betty and Charles's grave being disturbed. Their spirits were saying, "This isn't right, bitch." So it wasn't just the Haneys, though, that had started noticing odd things happening since the graves were disturbed. Many of their neighbors started noticing strange lights, televisions, and water faucets turning off and on, all on their own. Not to mention the unearthly sounds and supernatural apparitions appearing. Some of the events were even starting to become malicious. There was another couple by the name of Ben and Jean Williams, who also found their dream home in the same subdivision as the Haneys. But they were also having serious trouble with unexplainable and creepy occurrences. They lived just across the street from the Haneys with their granddaughter, Carly. They had been having problems from almost the moment their house was finished and they moved in. But the house was always cold and felt clammy and icky all the time, no matter how hot the weather was. And Jean and Carly couldn't shake the feeling they were always being watched. One of the odd things about the house was that the toilets were always flushing by themselves, and the doors were being opened and shut by unseen hands. Household appliances seemed to operate on their own. Perfectly rectangular sinkholes would open up in the yard, And no matter how well or how often they would fill them in, the sinkholes would just show right back up in just a matter of days. Any new plants, trees, or anything else they planted would die no matter what they would do. Williams noticed some rather odd markings on an old oak tree that stood by one of the sinkholes, and the arrow carved into the tree that pointed down toward the ground with 2 horizontal slashes marked below it. That is when a longtime resident, I'm thinking it was probably Norton again, told them that he had made the marks in the old tree as a way to be able to identify where his 2 sisters had been buried. So this disturbed the Williams because they're like, we didn't know that there's graves underneath our houses now. Jean stated, I absolutely believe that all of these things happened to us because we were on the graveyard and that we were simply going to be tormented until we left here. One night, it happened. Ben came home from work right around midnight. He went straight into the kitchen, he opened the refrigerator door, and that is when he noticed 2 ghostly figures. They walked straight backwards into the den, and then they turned and darted down the hallway towards the bedroom.
Fast as fuck.
They were like, yo, we're going to take them cheeks from you, boy.
They were going to get some cheeks from somebody.
Just got that chalky milk, bro. Got that speed.
Yeah, so he thought to himself, and this is in quotes,
"They ain't messing with me wife."
But he saw them standing about a foot away from the foot of the bed, and instantly, he thought to himself, I got to stop them. He said he lunged at them and went right through them. And he said what he felt was a sticky, cold sensation throughout his body. Not only were the Williams being plagued by apparition voices and unseen footsteps, but 6 members of their family were stricken with rare types of cancer, in which 3 of them died, all within 6 months. So back to the Haneys. So since they were also being plagued with strange health problems and they were terrified of staying in their house, Sam and Judith decided to fight back and sue the developer for not disclosing that the houses had been built over a cemetery. At first, they were awarded $142,000 by a jury, but a judge decided that the developers were not liable nor required to pay the Haneys anything and reversed the decision, ordering the Haneys to pay $50,000.
Damn, boy.
Yep. So beaten, broken, and financially ruined, the Haneys filed bankruptcy and they had to abandon their home. Now, the Williams decided to also take legal action, but were told that unless they had proof of a cemetery on their property, then there was nothing they could do. So Jean made a decision that she regrets to this day. Out of desperation, and to prove their home was built on a cemetery, Jean started doing the unthankful act of digging in the sinkhole beneath the oak tree, thinking that if she dug at least 2 feet a day, she would be positive she would find the proof they needed.
I thought she was going to go find somebody, kill him, and then throw him, bury him for like a couple months, be like, I told
God.
you.
That would probably been easier and safer for her.
Uh-oh, let's hear her Mystery of Oak Island digging expedition she's about to go on.
Kind of what it is. She started digging and then she started feeling ill and couldn't dig any longer. So her daughter came back, Tina, Carly's mom, and she decided to pick up where her mother left off and kept digging. After digging for about a half hour, Tina soon started to feel ill as well. And from Carly's mouth, she stated this about her mom. I remember her saying that she was, that she felt funny. She was getting dizzy as well. She put the shovel down and she went back inside. And she just laid down on the couch. She's like, Mom, Daddy, I don't feel right. There's something wrong. And then the last thing she remembers her mom saying was, Mommy, take care of my baby. Take care of my baby. And that her mom just looked terrified. Jean said that she tried to keep her daughter conscious. Almost immediately, her eyes started to glaze over, and she kept talking to her, trying to talk her out of dying. Please, Tina, talk to me. Talk to me. where her eyes were changing until they got to the point where she knew that she wasn't responding or hearing her anymore. Come to find out, Tina had suffered a heart attack and she was rushed to the hospital, but she died 2 days later.
How old was Tina?
Probably 30s, 40s.
Oh, okay. I was thinking like a kid.
No, she's Carly's mother.
Oh, okay.
So, she's at least 20 then, something like that.
Okay.
But yeah, so the thing is, though, she had no prior heart disease or any other health condition that would have, caused her to collapse and have a heart attack like that. And pretty much no family history of it at all either. So grieving terribly, the Williams fled their house, leaving everything they had behind and moved to Montana. Eventually, they moved back to Texas, but away from their previous home in Crosby. And they're doing well, no longer plagued by the Black Hope curse, is which I guess the neighborhood called it now. But if you go back to that neighborhood, no one will talk about what happened to both of those families. They won't even talk about the graves there. If you ask anything about it, they'll just completely ignore you. But ever since those two families left, nothing else strange has ever happened in that little neighborhood. And that's it. Black Hope curse.
I had never heard of that before.
You know what? That sounds a lot like the movie Poltergeist.
So, there is a movie that was made based on this, but it's not like a real big popular movie. I think it's like kind of like a, I don't know, like a B-type movie. It's called, I think like Black Hope Horror movie. It was made in 1992. And I do have that link. So if y'all ever wanted to watch that movie, it's actually on YouTube. Free.
Oh, hell yeah. I know.
But yeah.
That's freaky.
So is there any theories as to what it was?
Really, there's only two I could think of. Either that they were being haunted because they kept disturbing the graves, or the longtime resident was probably like doing some voodoo shit on them.
I got your answer for you. You want to hear what it is?
Yeah.
Carbon monoxide poisoning.
Go on.
That part of Texas is common for carbon monoxide.
So you think them digging was leaking it through the ground?
Yeah. It explained like all the hallucinations, the sicknesses, all that stuff.
What about the shoes ending up outside?
And carbon monoxide picks it right up and carries those son of a bitches.
Oh, man.
No, I don't know.
They were hallucinating and ran outside with them.
Yeah. Because there was a guy who said that okay, let me back up. On Reddit, there was a thread where a guy posted that, hey, my landlord keeps coming and leaving notes for me in my apartment, and I don't know how he's getting in, but he's leaving really creepy notes, and I don't know what's going on, and it sounded really weird. And somebody was like, you need to install a carbon monoxide detector. And that's what he did. He went and installed it in his home and realized, holy shit, there's a large amount of carbon monoxide. He was writing himself those notes and forgetting about it and thinking it was his landlord. Yeah,
Oh,
dude,
shit.
that stuff is crazy.
Damn. He's lucky he didn't die.
Case solved. I don't know.
I mean, it could be. Because, I mean, she did go downstairs to check the door, the glass sliding door and all that. She could have carried some shoes down there for all we know.
What if she was like possessed? Like the spirit of like the husband, like you said, took her, but instead like the husband spirit taken out, it possessed her. And those were offerings to the wife. Because he done forgot to do like the fucking honeydew list before she fucking died. And that haunted him forever.
All I ever wanted was some red shoes.
I'm sorry, babe. I promise I'll get you some shoes.
No, but yeah, that's my little topic. I thought it was pretty interesting and figured I'd share that.
Well, I liked it. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, I love like hauntings, ghost stories like that.
The Black Hope Curse.
Oh, well, mine is not as heavy per se, but It's interesting. Okay. So, my topic this week is over dicyanine dye. Are you guys familiar? Dicyanine. Nope. Okay. Well, cool.
I'm familiar with it.
All right. You would be.
Oh, sorry. I don't want to spoil it for anybody else, but yeah. It's illegal now.
Oh, yep, and I'll talk about that too.
Okay, sorry. Spoiler alert.
All right. So, this dye is super interesting. There's a lot of cool claims with it. Like Aaron said, it's illegal now. So, many people are aware that there is an energy. There's energy within everything of some form. Well, everybody has an aura around them, or an auric field. And in the 1920s, a scientist named Walter Kilner experimented with this dark blue chemical, and that's the diasin. And he poured it into glass screens. And when he gazed through the screen, he found that he was able to see the aura of the person standing in front of him. He was able to see, like, the specific color. He was able to see their aura because the specific color of the dye blocked out a large portion of the white light spectrum and left only a small portion, which helped concentrate his perception on their aura. Now, you don't have to have these glasses to see someone's aura. There are people who do it very naturally. You could even do it on yourself. You could put your hand up towards a white wall and stare between your fingers, and you kind of like go out of focus a little bit, and just around your fingers you'll see a little hazy color. It could be purple, it could be
yellow.
I was just gonna say, that's what mine is. So yellow, white, and sometimes it takes a little practicing. But I definitely recommend giving it a try, seeing what you have come through. But on a white background is one of the easier ways to see it. So that's your aura.
Yellow.
Happy. Alright, so your aura can tell you a lot based on its color. And if we all have this aura around us, then why all the hubbub about this dye, right? Like, why make it impossible to get? Well, the coolest thing about this dye is it allows you to see the astral plane when placed between two planes of glass. So for anyone who doesn't know what the astral is, it's the world that's unseen while we're awake. It's a place where we often feel most at home and in peace. This is where we can talk to our spirit guides and source or God, whoever you refer to him as. You often visit the astral realm when you sleep, but you could also do it when you meditate, even when you go in that trance-like state. When you're in that in-between world, you could astral project. So what happens in this astral realm? Well, this is where you can receive guidance for life's biggest questions and challenges. You're free to explore. You can communicate with your spirit team and have them actually visit you, and you could visually see them and talk to them and feel their energy. And this all can be done in the waking state. It just tends to have more powerful feeling when unaccompanied by Earth's problems. Now, this dye could prove to people who may not be fully awake, as we say these days, that there is indeed more than meets the eye. The other planes of reality do exist. And of course, that kind of knowledge couldn't be known by the masses. So up until the 1940s, you could buy this stuff without a second thought. It's not a drug, it is not physically dangerous, it is not poisonous. However, you just cannot buy it. There is this company who got a hold of a government-level chemist and asked him to order some. His security code allowed him to buy all the LSD, heroin, and cocaine he wanted, but he was denied because he couldn't have the clearance to get the diasin dye. Or dicyanine.
Hold on. Missed.
So, side note, when I was in the Army, we were in the supply office, and they have, like, the magical supply book with all the, like, ordering codes to order anything. We legit found the ordering code for cocaine and heroin.
No. Did you order some?
I can't tell you. No, we couldn't because cocaine is actually used in eye surgery. We found that out because we're like, well, why can't we order it? Just, we didn't try, but we were like reading the stipulations and we were like looking at it like, oh, eye surgery. I don't know what the heroin was for, but it was a good.
That's for the penis surgery.
But yeah, a little knowledge nugget. You can order cocaine in the Army.
Good to
hey,
know.
I've seen those.
All right, I'm sending you guys pictures of these goggles. That's like the original pair, and then these are ones that you were able to buy for a long time, for a little while, and now they're harder to find. But
How much are they if you find them on like eBay or something?
so the Prana View, I read a Reddit article that said that they range between $60 and $300. But I found I'll just side note here. I found a company in Russia that makes these, but they don't use dicyanine dye. They have formulated a new version of it and have made those into glasses. In about 2 months, I'll tell you if they work or not.
You ordered some.
Yeah.
God, that's why I fucking love you.
You better hope they make it through customs. That's all I gotta say.
And it's the risk I'm willing to take, honestly. They're really cool. If they get through customs, cool. I actually ordered them. They had an eBay site that I found afterwards. I ordered through there, so then I had protection on my purchase. But I originally found them on the Russian site, and I went online asking about it, and people were like, I see these ones on Russia, is it legit? But more people were like, I can't believe y'all are stupid enough to believe that people have auras. I'm like, okay, well, you're going to probably die 2 years from the vaccine. No. Delete that.
Nah, keep it in. Let them believe. This is the Patreon. They gotta know.
That's what they do. I'll send you the link to the ones I bought.
Okay. You know how fucked up it would be if like customs just cut the lenses out and sent you the goggles. Like, yeah, you can have everything. I'd be like, yo, Anna, put them on real quick. Just let me. They look like some welding goggles I used to have.
They do.
Well, the ones that I ordered are a little different. They're not full goggles. They did have goggled versions for like $300, and no offense, I couldn't go that far with it. But
how much did they cost?
These are just under $100, and it ended up being $130 with shipping. So it is a big chunk to lose. That's why I was like, I'll go through eBay because I found that they did both. But these are the ones I bought. And now actually, while we're just kind of not off topic, but off the story, I'm going to send you also a video of someone using those Prana View and what it looks like. He's not in front of a person, but he is looking at the world.
Dude, these are some badass. I would wear these every fucking.
They look so good.
I'd be like looking at everybody like, oh, yo, you got some black aura around your bud. You about ready to die, my homie.
Dude, so have you ever seen the movie They Live?
Who's in it?
Oh, dude, I don't know. It's like seriously an old movie.
Roddy Piper.
I don't know.
Roddy Piper's in it.
Who the fuck is Roddy Piper?
Oh my God, you don't know who Roddy Piper is? He lays his smackdown on your candy ass.
Oh, he does look like he'd be a wrestler. He does. Okay, so basically this guy in this movie puts on glasses and he starts to realize that he is seeing other people as different things. Like, some people he sees normally, but other people he sees with this scary face. And then the people who aren't the normal people start to recognize that he is seeing them for who they truly are. And then they start chasing him and trying to capture him. Because he broke out the Matrix, if you will. He realizes that not everyone is as they seem. Okay, so Roddy Piper. Let's look at this dude.
Hold on, I'm watching this. Whoa, that's trippy.
Yeah, and you could like see the aura of the trees. You could see the transition of colors. I'm excited to see it on a person. But
I feel
yeah,
like that'll hurt your eyes after a while.
Dude, you know what? I'd be okay with it.
so I already have a pair of purple sunglasses and I wear them all, like I used to wear them all the time. They're circled just like that. They're not as dark of a shade, but every time I wear them, I always think the world looks so much more vivid. And I never ever thought about anything like this, but what I had learned with researching these aura glasses is that you could buy more modern sets that aren't dicyanine, but instead they are basically the colors of the chakras. And you start off as purple. It's the one that helps you to see the auras the best, and then you work your way through to lighter colors, and then you're able to wean off of that and just see auras naturally because you trained your eyes to do so. So, yeah. There is the videos, the pictures. Obviously, I'll have links to all that on the Patreon under the episode. So, I mentioned that They Live movie because it is kind of weird, right? Like, why would they make this seemingly not dangerous thing illegal? Well, my thoughts are, if we look at the world we're living in now, that is all about controlling us and the way that we think and the things that we do. I could imagine when they looked at what this dye would be capable of showing us, it scared them. People would be exposed to there being more than just this life or heaven and hell, as some people see it. It would also show us who wasn't of light with good intentions. So we could look at people in our system and know if they are corrupting it based off their aura or lack thereof if they aren't actually human. Because it would show that they weren't of good light. They couldn't have this happening, so just like anything else that shows us that life is more than what it seems, they took it away. So.
Typical.
Mm-hmm.
Typical, yeah.
I actually found some strange facts and findings about this as well.
Go ahead. I want to hear.
So in Vietnam, we're going back to Vietnam, yep. When they started to use night vision goggles, they actually started in the red color. And when they did that, it was actually really hard for the boots on the ground to use them. And soldiers even exhibited anger and didn't act with logic. Later on during the war, the color was changed to green, which works a lot better for us because we see more shades of green than any other color on the spectrum. And that's from our evolution of finding food. So in the war, the pilots didn't change to the green goggles. They still used the red. And some had the ability to change, like they made it to where you can alter between the two. And when you did that, in the air, it would give like heat signatures. So they had like a 2-in-1 goggle. You can't even apparently do that today from what I was reading. So, one day, there was a pilot flying, and it was a super calm day. This is in a helicopter. The gunner started shooting at what seemed like nothing in the sky. The dudes returned back and were like, dude, what the hell are you shooting at? There ain't nothing going on. It's fucking calm, man. And keep in mind, there was like a heroin issue in Vietnam at this time, but everybody that had this happen said that it was definitely not associated with that. He didn't have the symptoms or the side effects that go with that, and it hadn't fully become the problem that it ended up being. So this was still pretty fresh into it. So, when the people asked the gunner what he was shooting at, he was like sweating profusely. And with his red goggles on, he said he could see demon-like creatures flying outside the helicopter and that they were gesturing at him and that they could see him. So that wasn't a one-time occurrence. Weeks after that, at some point, while using these goggles, people would continue to see demons like that. So, probably why we don't use the red ones anymore. Plus, red does make you angry. I also found that H.G. Wells wrote a book that he talked about a shop owner who comes across a crystal egg that serves as a window into the planet of Mars. Okay. So this one, you guys, I don't know if I just solved something, but I feel really fucking excited about this one out of all the things I talk about today. Okay. So first off, do you guys, I have a picture I'm going to share with you.
Does this have to do with time traveling? I fucking just pulled
I
that
fucking
picture
love
up.
you, dude.
I pulled that picture up, saved it, and I'm like, I'm gonna show it to her because I know she would love it. The guy with the modern shirt.
So,
Yes, that dude.
Yes,
that guy?
So I think I figured it out. I think I fucking figured it out. Okay, so this.
Oh, I know which picture you're talking about.
So when that time traveler picture where the dude's got the weird sunglasses on, he's got like a cardigan with a printed shirt, and he's holding a camera in his hands. And this is this is a real photo. It came from an archive, and it's the reopening of the South Fork Bridge after the flood in November of 1940. So that means, like, this is right when they were made illegal, dude. Okay. So there's this hipster in it wearing these glasses that look like, they look just like these Aura glasses, and whether or not they are his own homemade version or not, because his are a little bit more squared, I have no doubts that this dude this is my thoughts, he was able to see the astral. He saw portals. He saw ways to travel. He has a camera, a portable camera. He utilized these glasses to travel through time and space, to take pictures of events. I don't know why this bridge opening is a big event. Maybe he wanted to test it out in a not so like crazy environment. But he looks completely out of place. He has a modern haircut. And I know you guys know this picture for sure. But that's like my last strange fact in finding. That's like my mic drop. When I saw that, I literally was like, oh, and you know where I found it, Aaron?
Where?
4chan.
4chan, really?
The only time I've ever been on there, I got led to it. I was like, of course it would be on 4chan.
It's amazing.
Yeah. So that is the story of dicyanine dye, and it is illegal. There have been other companies that have made different versions of it, and like I said, in about 2 months, I'll let you know how that goes.
It really takes 2 months?
Yeah, like it was like June.
They're over there friggin' getting their hobbits and dwarfs to build you one.
Putin's over there like, he's like, yeah, we got to get these Americans woke as fuck, because fuck what's going on over there, bud.
I really liked your topic this week, Anna.
Thank you.
That was a good one.
It is.
I want some Prana Vision goggles.
You know what? I'm going to buy these after we get done recording. Because if I can time travel, I'm going to go back and I'm going to stop a lot of shit. I don't give a shit how bad it affects. I'm going to stop a lot of lynchings.
Hey, you can't. Oh my God. You can't do no more time traveling. We've already banned you from time traveling, okay? No more Montauk journeys.
Dude. I'm not interviewing people. I'm just going to be like, whoa, dude.
Okay, so this is off the record. Off the record time traveling. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, here we go.
Nice.
Dude.
That was a good one. I like that.
Thank you. I'm pretty excited about it. This was a listener suggestion one as well. But just doing that made me go on and buy these glasses. I'm like, I'm going to try. And really, all I could find were ones in Russia. There were some on Amazon, but I ain't about to trust Amazon with nothing.
What do you think that like time traveler hipster was thinking? Like, what the fuck are they celebrating this stupid ass bridge? Oh my God, don't they know it's gonna get wiped out in like 10 years?
Yeet, and then jumps away.
Yeah, they're all like, excuse me, and it's like, oh God, I gotta go.
Well, maybe that's the thing. He didn't know where it was gonna take him. He just saw a portal and walked through it, and he just knew, okay, well, it's gonna take me somewhere. I'll take pictures of where it takes me, and then I'll turn around and go back through it. Because, like, some people look a little bit confused as to, like, what he's even doing there.
Yeah.
Like, it looks like maybe and it could be just people looking down at the bridge. It's all, frozen in time, but.
I mean, there's that one lady staring, like, look like she's staring right at him.
Yeah.
Everyone else is looking that way.
Fucking bottom right looks like he's hitting Granny from behind.
Yeah. Oh, let me show you what the Great Depression is.
So yeah, this picture in 1940, it got banned in 1940. I wonder if they like caught this guy and was like, yeah, we can't have this happen.
No more time traveling. This is proof we're banning this. Okay.
That's actually me in the future. I'm sorry, guys. I've recognized it.
Well, he's really tall too, like for the people around him.
This is definitely me. I was wearing platform boots. I just came from a Kiss concert in the 70s. You can kind of see the star makeup right there on the eye.
Oh gosh.
Nice.
All right. Thank you guys for listening to my topic.
Of course.
Thank you for bringing it to the table this week. It was excellent.
Oh, thank you.
I loved it. You just made me buy these glasses. I hope you feel better about yourself.
I
Ani.
do. I do, because now we both could be like, what if we look at each other with these glasses on?
I guess I'm next, right?
I mean, do you want to be next?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay.
All right. So my topic for this week's Theories Thursday, it's probably one of the most, it is the most bizarre thing I've ever read or ever come across in my life while reading. And I've read a lot of things, and this takes the cake pretty easily. Okay. The title of the topic is genitals. Like genitals. Like penises, vaginas.
Oh my gosh. What are you about to teach us?
Can you draw it for me? I don't know what those are.
Okay, well, sit down. You're about to get Aaron's health lesson class.
Can
Okay.
you use it in a sentence?
Yeah, I thought I was just going to get your genitals.
All right. Anyways. So this entire story starts back in October of 1967 in Singapore. A 16-year-old boy woke up early in the wee morning to get ready for school. He went downstairs. He made himself a breakfast sandwich, a steamed bun with pork in it. He ate it, and then he went to school. Later that evening, that 16-year-old boy came home from school, did his homework, went into the restroom to take a piss. When he undid his pants, pulled out his wiener, he couldn't feel it, and he looked down, and he watched his penis shrink before his eyes. And it just kept shrinking, getting smaller and smaller. Of course, he got super scared, grabbed his penis to stop it from shrinking into his body, and ran to his parents with his penis in hand, telling them that it is shrinking into his body. So his parents, of course, rushed him to the local general hospital. The boy got out of the vehicle and ran inside. And his parents, of course, were like, whoa, slow down. And they tried catching up with him. But he ran inside and with penis in hand and everything. And one report from a doctor stated, and I quote, "A boy ran into the hospital looking frightened and pale. He was pulling hard on his penis to prevent the organ from disappearing into his abdomen." That was an official report.
What the hell?
So, as this boy was running around the hospital, okay, ran in, grabbing onto his penis, he was running around trying to get anybody to help him. His parents were running after him, but shouting at nurses and doctors to help their boy because he had, and I quote, suoyang, which is the Chinese word for koro, with a K, K-O-R-O, okay, koro, which is known as genital retraction syndrome. It's a thing. It's a fucking thing. I've never heard about it.
Mm-mm.
So the parents also claimed that if the retraction didn't stop, that their boy would die. And I'm sure that this didn't help their son, who was running around already freaking out, thinking that his penis is disappearing, right? And their parents are saying, he's going to die. He needs help. Anyways, so the doctors came to the boy's aid. They reassured the family that he'd be okay, and they gave him 10 milligrams of chlorozidopide. I don't even know how to pronounce the word. I'm just going to post it up on the Patreon post. I have no idea. It's one of the real complicated long words. Anyways, that medication, it stopped his penis from retracting any further. So he just had like a little bitty belly button penis. Anyways, I don't know. So that seems bizarre, right? I mean, that report seems pretty bizarre. And I thought, okay, it's not the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. But then I read more, and then it became super bizarre because it doesn't end there.
Oh, no.
More and more people in Singapore around that time started to have their penises shrink right before their eyes. Hundreds of people. Everyone was like, what the hell is going on? What is causing this? Well, people started to speculate. And get this shit. Around this time, there was a swine fever in pigs, which was going around. So Singapore started vaccinating the pigs who had this swine with this swine fever vaccine, so that they couldn't give this swine fever to humans. But here's the weird thing. In all of the cases of the penises shrinking, the individuals reported that they had eaten pork shortly before the shrinking occurred. And if you remember, that 16-year-old boy for breakfast that morning had a steamed bun with pork in it.
Mm-hmm.
So people started to spread rumors in Singapore stating that the pork had been tainted from these vaccines. So pork sales ended up plummeting because nobody wanted to eat it. I mean, I don't want my penis shrinking, right?
No.
This got so bad that the Ministry of Primary Productions in Singapore announced that both swine fever and the vaccine were harmless to humans. It didn't do anything because the epidemic just seemed to accelerate. So for 7 straight days, it continued. Penises continued to shrink until finally the Singapore Medical Association and the Ministry of Health started appearing on television and radio announcing that this genital shrinking was purely a psychological condition. That's it. They said it's all psychological. It has no connections to anything else. And what a coincidence is after that announcement, there was a slight decline in cases, and by the following month of November, there was no reports at all. It had completely disappeared. So in the end, there was a total of 469 cases of the genital shrinking syndrome. So that is where we begin to wonder, is this syndrome a real thing? Like, is Koro, what they call it, Koro, a real thing? Well, it is. Cases of this have been reported around the world in Asia, Africa, Europe, and the United States. And not only males suffer from this, but females as well. Their nipples and vaginas end up retracting back into their body. And there's been cases of women taking clothespins and clothespinning their nipples to stop them from retracting any further.
So that's where that kink stuff comes from.
Apparently.
How does your vagina go back in you? If it's already in you, like, does it just go up deeper and like, oh?
I'm no medical professional, okay? I'm no medical professional.
Then why do we call you Dr. Aaron when we have problems?
Oh, I don't know. It's unofficial. It's off the record. Anyways, so something odd worth noting is Koro only appears as an epidemic in which multiple cases are reported around the same time within a specific geographic area. And which kind of makes you want to hypothesize if is this some type of experiment, right? That some government or some entity is doing with something, adding something to the water, or for example, like giving those pigs the vaccines and letting the humans consume it to see if, I don't know. Or could it be just a psychological condition, kind of like mass hysteria that we've talked about before? Everybody just starts thinking their penis is shrinking into them. And this is a good, I guess you could say, experiment, because everybody who's listening to this episode right now, if you have your genitals shrinking into you, okay, I want you to comment on the Patreon post and say, my genitals shrank because of this episode. Thank you, Aaron.
What if someone's already happened before the episode?
You can still say that it's, you can contribute to say that I caused it.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's one more little strange note that I want to throw in to this topic this week is that in medieval Europe, this Koro actually was around then. But when it would happen to like clusters of men, they would blame witches for putting curses upon them. And they would go around town looking for these witches. Where is the witch that caused my penis to shrink? What do you think they did with them? You think they burned them, right?
Yeah.
They didn't. Instead of burning them, the witches said you would have to appease them so your shrinking genitals would subside. So they would have to appease them in whichever way they wanted.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
What was the number one way to appease them?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't ask.
Let me show you my rock collection.
Oh.
Could you imagine? Like she's just like doing her crystal thing, gets a knock on the door. Are you the witch that made my penis small? Let me see.
Dude.
Well, what happens if I was? Oh, I have to please you. Looks him up and down. You'll do. Yep, it was me.
Well, she would probably look him up and down. You won't be able to do anything with that now. Sorry.
I'm telling you. Fingers are enough. You don't need a big D.
So, I've got two theories here. What if Koro was the reason that Greeks used to put small penises on statues?
Oh.
Like let's say the sculptors had Koro and they're like they're looking at the model like that's wrong. They look down at themselves like, oh, it's disappearing. Yeah, fuck you, dude. You're getting this tiny ass dick. Fuck you, man.
Revenge.
That's why Nostradamus was wanted by the church. He was like, must have Koro.
Yeah.
And the church was like, oh,
he knows.
Heresy. Take that.
He knows our secret.
Or what if you said the story happened in Taiwan?
Singapore in 1967.
That's in Taiwan, right? Or that's Bangkok.
Country of Asia.
Okay, so
That's all I got too.
what if they were trying to make their own Viagra that they didn't have to import from the U.S., but let's say they made it wrong. And they were like doing like, you know, how people put fluoride in the water. They just put it in the water and the kid like drank. He's like, my penis is shrinking. And his dad's there like, I told you what would happen if you kept playing with that damn thing. It would shrivel up and just fall off. Go to the doctor. Let's go to the emergency room. And like that mass breakout of like 400 or whatever happened. Like that was like the water that was tested. And like the government like, shit, damn it. Just when we thought we would make our own penis pill. This is what we get. This is, really, guys? His dick shriveled up.
When
It's
was
inside of him.
Viagra created? It was accidentally found, right?
Yeah. I was just reading, I was reading this, the Wikipedia definition of Koro, and at the end it says, the word was borrowed from Malay and means the head of turtle, referring to how it looks when they retract their heads and their shells. So I'm reading this just like, oh God bless.
That, Aaron, that's hilarious. I mean, not hilarious for the person that has Koro. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. You can laugh.
I can just hear the mom in the hospital. Don't boo my son. Don't look at him like that. It's okay, sweetheart.
It's big still. It's big still.
This happened to your father once. Shut up, woman.
Did it go back after they stopped it?
I don't know. That's a good question.
God.
But it's a horrifying topic, but bizarre and strange with a lot of good. hypotheses around them, you know?
That's a really interesting topic that you brought to the table this week. I wasn't expecting that turn of events from the title, but
yeah, I
I'm
remember when you
intrigued.
texted it. You just text genitals, don't steal the topic. I was like, all right. Okay.
All right, Hans, it's your time to shine. Step up and unzip.
All right. So, do you all know the song Angel of Death by Slayer?
No. Do we need to listen to a quick snippet of it right now?
No, obviously you don't because Slayer sucks. So,
Damn, I love it.
yeah, I'm just going to say their music is that of a little kid writing metal music. Anyways, lyrics are good. Has nothing to do with this topic. So I had to change topic because I had somebody on the Discord send me a message and said, hey, can you do a weird thing in Australia? And I said, you know what, cuzzy, Tudunga YY got you. Don't worry. So this is from Tasha MJ on the Discord. And have you all heard of Black Mountain?
No.
No.
Okay, so I'm going to send you a couple pictures. So here's a picture from Google Earth. Of course, it's not going to work. Piece of shit. I'll fucking figure it out later. So, Black Mountain, in the title, boom, you already know what it is. It's a black mountain. Nothing like super mysterious about it. But I was going to dismiss it because I'm like, okay, whatever. But she said, you should really look into it because when I drive by it every day, it's very creepy. And I'm like, okay, well, that's all you had to say. It was creepy. So, this is basically considered Queensland, Australia's Bermuda Triangle. You know, it's a little known landmark because it's not extremely huge, although the title is mountain. And it's about 25 kilometers from Cooktown in Queensland. And it was the meeting place of the Eastern Kuku Yalanji Aboriginal people. And this is the source of their dream time. I don't know what dream time means, but it sounds really cool. So what makes this place, unique to Australia and kind of like the Bermuda Triangle is there have been missing explorers that have gone to explore the mountain and disappear along with their horses and cattle. And not a trace of bones or anything can be found. They go and they never come back. So this mountain is covered in giant black granite rocks, and it was known as Kalaka Jaka. I'm sure I'm pronouncing this all wrong, so please forgive me, Australian listeners and the Aboriginal people that listen. And its meaning, the meaning of the name is the place of the spear, and it's known for warring clans that have battled over it. And apparently Dreamtime spirits fought over this place too, so pretty weird. One of the first known disappearances, like documented, like not a myth, or it would consider to be a myth, but first documented was in 1877. A farmer was trying to round up his cattle near the mountain, and he went up the mountain with his horse to fetch a calf. And he was never seen again. They mounted a search and they couldn't find him. And over the next 2 decades after 1877, there were like 2 other disappearances. There was I like to say this just because it makes me smile. It makes me think of the Wild West, but it's in Australia, so I don't know why it makes me smile. But there were 2 outlaws who vanished because they sought refuge in their mountains. One was Sugarfoot Jack.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, dude. I read that. I was like, that's my homie right there, Sugarfoot. Yeah, Sugarfoot Jack. He fled to the mountain with his 2 henchmen, and their police force, or I don't know what to call them at the time, their law enforcement searched all the mountains and couldn't find a trace of them. They surrounded the mountains and kind of hit it, from what I was reading, from both sides, and they just couldn't find them.
Good old Sugarfoot.
Yeah.
Gets away again.
Yep. And another notable one is Constable Ryan, and he was from Cooktown. He chased 2 wanted men to the foot of the mountain. They both disappeared, and their tracks were followed to this mouth of a cave. But when they entered the cave, there was no further trace of them inside.
Shit.
Damn.
So, reading the Queensland Department of Parks about this mountain, this is quoted from them. Stories abound of people, horses, whole mobs of cattle disappearing into labyrinths of rock, never to be seen again. This is what their website states. It also says, beneath the outer boulders lies a maze enticing to explorers of unusual places, or those wishing to hide away from pursuers. In the ink-dark interior, sheer drops, pockets of bad air, or unexpected encounters with snakes or bats could easily cause panic and injury to intruders entering that eerie underworld. And apparently, their website it advises against entering this boulder field.
Why don't they block it off?
I mean, I don't know. I can't find like a picture of the boulder field. It just pulls up the Black Mountain. And, I mean, that would make me want to go. I hate to be that way, but I bet, okay, sounds like a magical trip. Haven't you all seen Labyrinth with David Bowie?
Not for a long time.
Yeah, you remind me of the Babe. But, okay, so here's a picture. We can put this in the, that's a picture of Black Mountain from Google Earth. Legitimately black.
Yeah.
Looks like a lava mountain.
Yeah.
I know, but if you just look at these, like, look how big these rocks are compared to a person.
Jeez.
Whoa, those are some big ass rocks, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And then look at this. This is going to go in kind of with my theory.
Hello.
Hello, Clarice. So, we'll post all these pictures in here in the Patreon. So, reading through it, there are a lot of underground caverns and caves unexplored to humans because it's such a vast area to cover. And, reading about it, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, this is where the reptilians live.
Yeah.
And they're snatching people. But I'm going to quote this from a website because it's a whole numbers thing and like location wise in the world. So the Black Mountain is located on the 15th parallel. And that's just creepy in general. So it's on the 15th parallel. But there are other parallels in which, paranormal sites or, wonders of the world are located. Like the 37th parallel is called the Paranormal Highway, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 33 northern parallel is known as the Masonic Line. The Pyramid Line is the 30th parallel north. The 25th parallel north, the Bermuda Triangle, and the Zone of Silence. The Time Rivers lies at 19.5, parallel north. While basically, these weird sites lie at specific numbers, so I just thought that was kind of freaky in my mind. Also,
what parallel does this Black Mountain line up in? 15th? Okay.
15 south, yeah. And also a lot more recent notable ones, like weird and freaky things happening. People see UFOs hovering over the mountains. Either what they believe to be saucers or orbs. And a lot of airplanes that fly over report navigational and radio failure.
Damn.
So I just thought this was kind of strange. And I want to thank Tasha again for leading me on to, like, I'm sure there's like a whole bunch more about it, or maybe that there's more surrounding the area, but I couldn't find it. Black Mountain's kind of like a secluded little area. But just a lot of different ghost stories. I also read about this researcher that lives at the foot of the mountain that says, yo, these stories are all fake. Fuck the mountain. These are just stories from an old time, and I go out every day to piss off the mountain. And I'm like, damn, dude, you're going to be the next homie to be gone.
Yeah.
When reading that. And I just think my personal thought is maybe the kind of like how skinwalkers are like a curse. Maybe the mountain was cursed from the people because, the white man came and pushed out the tribes. So they cursed the land.
Can we go visit it?
Dude, you know what? When we don't have to get vaccines to go to Australia, let's go.
All right.
I'm down.
Tell Discordian we're coming.
And Tasha.
Minx.
Yeah, we have a lot of Aussies.
Tell them we're all coming.
I know, dude. I just want to thank the Australian country and its people. Y'all crack me up in the Discord every day.
Oh God, they're funny.
Dude, they are. Like, you can tell who's from America. Then you got Slickers, the only English man that I know in the Discord. And then you got the Australians like, yo, we are our own people. I'm like, that is right. You take that pride.
We have a lot of people from the UK.
Oh.
Yeah, Hans. Yeah.
Damn
it. I only know a handful.
Nice. Well, I really like that topic, Hans. Thank you for bringing that to the table.
Did you like that picture of that reptilian? Dude, I saw that last night. I was like, I gotta look up some pictures for this. And I was just like, just started giggling. I said, bro, I gotta save this. They're gonna be like, what the fuck? Because it went along, with the whole underground caves, reptilians snatching people.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot, with the UFOs and orbs flying around, that one picture I linked, looks like they have cave drawings inside of some kind of weird alien looking thing.
Yeah, those are really weird. Lots of aliens.
Out there snatching people up.
They taking that booty. They're like, yo, what's good?
Hide your kids, hide your wife.
There's a price you got to pay for getting on this mountain. Cash grabs their ass. I don't have either of those, but you got that ass, right, Farmer Joe?
Jesus Christ.
Do you see how all those aliens have a halo very similar, exactly the same as Jesus's?
Oh, like the aura?
Yeah, the aura is just above the crown. Just how they show Jesus in pictures.
Ooh.
Oh, that kind of looks like a cross.
Yeah, it looks like a cross.
It does.
I like that tooth that's right above right up on the top. You see that tooth? I like that tooth.
Looks like a tooth for sure.
Looks like a big old molar.
Oh,
I time traveled there. Paint that on there so y'all can see it.
Nice. Why, thank you. We like it.
You're welcome.
I see at the very bottom it says TOT3K at the bottom of that tooth.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Any y'all want to add anything to this week's Theories Thursday before we roll us out?
Walter Kilner did write a couple books I forgot to mention. One was called The Aura, and the other was The Atmosphere. The Energy Atmosphere? Something. But he does a very good job of scientifically explaining auras, and he does not really make it an occult thing. So a lot of people who may not believe in spirituality and energy like that, apparently reading his books, he did a very good job writing it scientifically. And they are for sale. I found some.
Nice.
How much?
Like $25 for one of them.
It's not bad.
Mm-hmm. So that was the only thing I had.
All right. Dan, Hans, you got anything you want to add?
You know what? You Patreon subscribers and Discord people, if you got some, weird, wacky theory or something weird you want me to read, reach out.
Hell yeah.
Somebody wasn't afraid to do it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And a cool-ass topic came out of it.
Yep. Reach out and touch me.
Nice. All right. Well, with that being said, I want to thank you all for joining us. And again, thank you for your support. Seriously, it means so much to us. I know we say that every week, but it comes from all of my heart and into yours, and we all really do appreciate it. You keep the show going. It's because of you that this is happening. You're keeping everyone awoke, and you're sticking it to the fucking man, and we really appreciate you, and we love you, and we're proud of you. So with that being said, Dan, Anna, and Hans, you want to roll us out?
It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Because you're not alone.
Boom.
Nice.
See you later, alligator.
Nice cock.
On this episode of Retronauts, we have a long semantic argument about what bi-weekly means. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Retronauts, the ostensibly bi-weekly podcast that we haven't recorded in about a month.
I actually got into an argument about that once.
We had, weekly episodes for a month?
Bi-weekly versus bi-monthly, in which, what does bi-weekly mean? That ended with me actually having to go to the Oxford English Dictionary and look it up.
If it's twice a week, it's semi-weekly.
Yes, you are absolutely correct.
If it's twice a month, it's semi-monthly. If it's once every other month or once every other week,
yes,
then it's
bi-weekly,
bi-weekly, bi-monthly.
Thank you.
And that's about where you're at right now.
Bi-monthly, yeah, right about there.
Yeah.
No, see, my philosophy on the calling it a bi-weekly podcast is that between all the weekly episodes we did for a while and then the huge gap, it averages out to about X number of episodes spread across 2 weeks. So, welcome to Retronauts, the podcast that in the aggregate is bi-weekly. Hi, I'm your host, Jeremy Parrish. And with me this week...
Hi, I am Chris Kohler of Wired.com.
Hi, I'm the hetero weekly Ray Barnholt.
What? He's not bi-weekly, he's hetero weekly.
Right. And this is Sam Kennedy.
Yeah, I was just in, where was I? Portland, up in Oregon. And there's a bunch of stores called Bi-Mart, and I really wondered what they were. Mm-hmm. I think they're just like a grocery store chain. I don't know, you're from Oregon, right?
No.
Washington?
Washington.
That's very similar. The two are very much alike.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Oregon's greener, though.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
I thought Oregon was just a city in Washington up until
so did I.
last week. Yeah.
Until I was 21. It's great.
Anyway, we're kind of in a time crunch this week. I was going to do a nice, long, lengthy, exciting episode, but no, we don't have time. So everyone's just gathered together for quick segments together of togetherness. Yes. So let's begin. first I thought we would touch on the fact that Michael Jackson passed away last week, and I'm sure we're all sick of hearing that on the news, but I do think it merits a little bit of discussion, just because there are very few celebrities who are more intertwined with the history of gaming, I would say. Can you actually think of any? I mean, Michael Jackson has been an inspiration to video games. He's been in video games. He's helped create video games ever since, Thriller or so.
Right. I mean, outside of like certain sports,
right?
And like, he probably was.
And some voice actors. But,
yeah.
But again, much like Michael Jackson himself, his video game legacy is largely confined to older video games. Well, except for, I mean, Space Channel 5 was like the most high-profile thing that he did in that era, right?
Yeah,
like,
and that was what, 1999, 2000?
Yeah, something like that.
Early Dreamcast era. There wasn't much to the Dreamcast era, so the Dreamcast era.
But by that point, he was done, right?
Yeah, I mean, once the scandals started hitting the pederasty stuff, he just kind of withdrew from the public.
Yeah, I mean, when he was in Space Channel 5, it was more like the white Michael Jackson.
Yes.
Well, it was kind of a novelty. It was like, oh yeah, that's cute. Michael Jackson did Moonwalker, and then he has this relationship with Sega still, and so they put him in the game.
Right.
But
he had racial ambiguity down way before anime creators
and gender ambiguity.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, true. He fit in real well with Space Channel 5. Like, you would not even be able to tell someone who didn't know who Michael Jackson was that he was like a real-world person who'd been put in that game. It just fit in exactly perfectly well.
But I think the reason you hear so much about Michael Jackson in gaming sites is not just because of his video game involvement, but also just it's a generational thing. Anyone who is, 25, 30 years old, 35 years old. Like, we grew up listening to Michael Jackson, and at the time when we were kids, he was just this huge, inescapable presence. I think one of his biographers once said that after Thriller sold like 50 million albums, it stopped being something people bought as entertainment and just a commodity that people bought like, washing machines. Everyone just had a copy of Thriller.
Right.
It's a strangely pervasive creation. And I think it's still the best-selling album of all time, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, yeah.
Or is it the second best?
I don't know. Has it been supplanted by Miley Cyrus yet?
Not yet, but give it time.
Or one of the Now albums.
So, I wrote a sort of personal blog entry for Retronauts last week that created very divisive responses in readers. Half the people, like, that was kind of generational, too. Like, you could tell who was, say, 25, 30, 35 years old,
and
who was younger than
assholes?
that. No. Right. Well, I wouldn't say that, but anyone who actually lived through the golden age of the American arcade, the early 80s, who actually went to an arcade, say, before 1985, like, they knew what I was talking about when I said that Michael Jackson's music was, an integral part of the arcade experience, just because when you went to the arcades, that's what was playing in the backgrounds more than any other musician. I mean, there were lots of popular musicians at the time, but his music, especially from Thriller, was what played in the backgrounds at arcades, and it really became part of the soundscape. And when I think back to arcades, that's kind of the soundtrack of what I remember,
right?
Along with all the sound effects from the games that were popular at the time. The narrator of Dragon Quest talking about Duck the Daring. Like, that's just part of the soundscape.
Meanwhile, Pretty Young Thing is playing in the background.
Exactly, exactly. And people who lived through that and remember that, I feel like they really connected with that, and everyone who didn't was like, why the hell did you write this stupid thing?
Yeah. No, it's true. I was like just on the border where like I'm a little bit younger than you, but I do remember going through that whole Michael Jackson period, and like bought Dangerous and had Thriller and Bad and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Yep.
Everyone I knew wanted to own a baby tiger when we were kids.
Yeah.
Because there it was on the cover of Thriller, and that was the most awesome thing.
And wanted to go to Neverland because he had an entire arcade.
Yeah,
you could go to Neverland, play Dragon's Lair in Michael Jackson's arcade, and he would sing Pretty Young Thing to you while you played in real life.
Well, by the time Neverland actually came into being, I was pretty well past that phase of my life.
Right.
I think Neverland was kind of where he started to go off the deep end.
Yeah.
From off the wall to off the deep end.
Did you read Dave Perry's blog about that?
I did.
Yeah. That was pretty interesting.
Where he was basically, it was a kind of one of those leave Britney alone sort of things.
Oh dear.
Wait, what? No.
Wasn't it?
Oh no. Well, no. The only part I read was when he first showed up at Neverland. Like he pretty much walked up to the door or whatever, was being let inside, and then the first thing that happened was Michael greeted him real quick and handed him a plastic bag, like a trash bag, and said, "Put this on." And then Michael threw one on as well, and he basically rushed them outside to the backyard or whatever, and they had an egg fight.
Oh, right.
And David Perry had no idea what was going on or whatever. And then he actually chucked one at one of the kids. I'm assuming one of Michael's kids, but and he threw it really, really hard, and he actually nearly hit the kid. He was after he let go of the egg, he was like, "Oh my God, what did I just do?" And thankfully, it missed the kid by his face by an inch or whatever. But
wow,
yeah. But anyway, just a random story that I thought was pretty funny.
Right, and the fact that he has that history with Dave Perry,
right?
Like that's something most celebrities don't. It's kind of this weird, Michael Jackson was this kind of peripheral part of the gaming industry in some weird intangible way.
Also, if David Perry is listening, I just went and replayed Aladdin for the Genesis.
Yeah.
And just go get fucked, buddy. All right? After that fifth level that just eats all of your lives. Oh my God, so terrible. Anyway. First 4 levels are great.
So anyway, that's all I really had to say, but I just thought that it was worth marking the occasion. Yeah. Well, that sounds more festive than I really intended, but I don't know. It's a strangely significant landmark death in a way that I still have trouble defining exactly. But it is, like I said, a lot of it's very generational.
Yeah.
But since this podcast is for people of that generation, more or less, that's cool.
It's funny because we in the video game business have not had to deal with any kind of death of anyone yet that's been really instrumental. I mean, obviously, yes, some people have in fact died, but even the oldest of the old people who started the video games industry are still around,
Yeah, I mean, Ralph Baer is getting up there.
He's definitely getting up there.
But I think he'll hang on for a while just from sheer cantankerousness.
Seriously, he still has more lawsuits to file. You know what I mean? Like, that guy is not done.
Well, except for, what's his name? Mr. Yokoi.
Right.
Yeah. But I mean, he wasn't someone that we knew. Really.
Right, and that was a car accident.
Yeah, that wasn't a natural death. And on top of that, I don't think he was really that well known until after his death.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
people started looking back and saying, whoa, that guy was kind of amazing.
Right. There was no, it's true. There was no sort of cult of Japanese designer celebrity.
Kind of the Edgar Allan Poe of video games.
Yes. Yeah.
Or
he died
maybe Vincent Mango. I don't know. Except with less paint eating.
He's like the Gunpei Yokoi of impressionist painters.
Who, Yokoi is?
Yes.
Right. I didn't know that he did painting. I thought that was Miyamoto.
What? I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, obviously.
Move on.
I'm just waiting for someone to make a Hitler-Miyamoto comparison. Well, they both started out as painters.
Yeah. Oh,
anyway, well, that just went off the rails.
Yeah,
Let's move along to something different. So hey guys, how about that E3 that was like a month ago?
I went to
we're
that.
just finally now getting around to talking about because we haven't had a podcast since then.
Wow, it's been that long.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Anyway, so people like showed off some stuff at E3 that I thought might be worth mentioning.
All right.
Specifically, some franchises that were thought to be dead or stagnant or otherwise unremarkable were kind of given a jolt, paddles of electricity to their chest. The first announcement was Monkey Island, and Telltale Games is making new Monkey Island games. And I believe some of the old ones are showing up on Xbox Live. Is that right?
The first one is going to be redone for Xbox Live.
Right.
And that's first before the.
Monkey Island is next week. Monkey Island is the 7th.
Yeah. But it's episodic, so that's the first episode.
Yes.
How many episodes are there in this new Monkey
5.
Island? And this really?
Yep. That's what Telltale does. Monthly games.
I guess they do.
Yeah.
That explains why I keep seeing Sam and Max reviews.
They've got that. Yeah.
Saw them so often.
They have got that down to a science. When they say something is going to come out monthly, you can take that to the bank with Telltale.
They should hook up with Image Comics and teach them a thing or two.
Hey.
Is that still a relevant joke? I don't remember.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm still trapped in the 90s, which is why we're creating this podcast.
I got it, though.
Thanks. But yeah, anyway, I know you're a big adventure gaming fan.
Yes.
Kohler, and I know you guys like the Monkey Island games. Is that right?
Yes, they're hard, though.
I'm
stupid.
The first couple aren't that bad.
No.
The first couple are okay. Monkey Island, actually, the first Monkey Island was, at the time, significantly a pretty easy, relatively speaking, adventure game because it...
Easy or just fair?
Fair, and also, I mean, one of the big differences was with Sierra games, you could get yourself stuck and save your game and screw yourself, or you could die. In Monkey Island, you could never screw yourself. You could always continue after you saved your game, and you could not just die. So you weren't restricted from trying things, because in Sierra games, you wouldn't try things that would either get you, because you didn't want to die. Yeah. So Monkey Island at the time was actually kind of a revolution in terms of user friendliness for adventure games. Unfortunately, by the time it got to the end of the main series, Escape from Monkey Island, it had gotten to the point where it was just really, really stupidly difficult because they had to keep making the puzzles more and more and more. They tried to make them more challenging. What they ended up making them was just more obtuse.
Yeah. That seems to be the problem with the genre in general.
Which Telltale has really tried to correct. And they actually started out by making their games way too easy. The first Sam & Max episode was way, way, way too easy. But now I think they've really hit that balance where, if you want hints, it's naturally integrated into the game. And if you want to turn hints off, you can turn them off. And it's still, it gives you a good challenge without being just pull your hair out frustrating. Which is especially nice because they're episodic games. You're supposed to only take a couple hours to beat each one, so you can move on to the next one.
How involved is Ron Gilbert with the
Ron Gilbert?
He's pretty tight with Telltale.
He's very tight with Telltale, but he is an employee of Hothead Games. He is an employee, a full-time employee of their competitor. Right? He's design director of Hothead or something like that. So he's really working on his own game.
That's right.
Hothead.
Death Spank is a Hothead game.
Yes, and so he is. I mean. What they said at E3, they couldn't even tell Ron Gilbert that the deal had been struck until they officially put pen to paper and got that down. They're talking to Ron Gilbert. I think Ron is very much like, he wants to tell them, I'd like to see this and that and this other thing, but it's a very informal relationship. Yeah. But yeah, he can't come and work with them.
So they go out for drinks occasionally and have theoretical talks that wink wink may or may not have any bearing on the actual games.
I certainly hope so. I certainly hope that they're doing that.
Sounds like Ron Gilbert is now an official Monkey Island fanboy.
Guess so.
Just hanging out with the Telltale games, hoping for scoops.
Ron. My impression is that Ron is happy that it's back, that it's with Telltale, because you've got 10 people at Telltale that previously worked on Monkey Island games. Especially Dave Grossman, he's the editor essentially of this series. Each game has a different director, which is part of how they do their episodic scheduling. That games are in production simultaneously with different directors. But yeah, Dave Grossman is overseeing the whole thing. And I mean, that he's got his Monkey Island bona fides down. So yeah.
Have you actually played
Did you see it at E3? Or?
They showed it hands off at E3, and I just went and played it hands on. Okay. Plays very much like Sam & Max. They've got when you walk up to things and walk by things, the name of that thing appears down below on the screen, sort of a nod to the old, how the old games would show text of things as you walk by, and they do a lot of jokes with that because as you interact with things and the name changes. So like there's one, it's like a rowboat, and then you click on it and he's like, it's useless. And then it says useless rowboat. And then you try it again. And he's like, no, it's still useless. And it's like, complete piece of junk. And it changes like that. You can combine objects in your inventory. That was something that people kind of wanted back, and you can't do that with Sam & Max, and they're going to do that with Monkey Island to just sort of raise the complexity level a little bit. But yeah, otherwise it felt very much like a Monkey Island game. It would have been nice if it was 2D, but I mean, that's just way too expensive.
Yeah, I mean, that's not realistic anymore.
It's not. It isn't.
So I guess the most important thing is, about Monkey Island is the quality of the writing.
Mhm.
What did you think of what you saw?
It's very funny.
Okay.
Yep. Then again, I mean,
Good enough.
if you don't like Telltale's style of humor, then maybe you're just going to be like, well, I don't.
Well,
like
why
this
are you playing
humor in
adventure
this
games?
game.
That's like Telltale
that's
is
the
kind
point.
of the classic LucasArts style of humor.
Yeah.
So why would you be playing Monkey Island if you don't like what
Exactly.
Telltale derived from Monkey Island?
I had plenty of laugh out loud moments. It's really
Okay.
awesome. Yep.
Well, that's exciting.
Next week, or actually,
that's
this
one.
Week, depending on when people are listening to this.
One revival on good footing there.
Yeah.
So that's next week.
That's the first episode of Monkey Island is next week.
Okay, is that Xbox Live Arcade and PSN, or is it just one?
I'm sorry, it's actually it's PC and WiiWare.
Oh, WiiWare.
Tales of Monkey Island is PC and WiiWare. Yep. The
Man.
WiiWare is not going to be next week. It's going to be sometime this month. Or
Whenever
sometime in
Nintendo
July.
says, "Hey, why not?"
Basically, I think they're finishing the PC version first and then doing all the tweaks in the WiiWare version. But yes, it all does rely on Nintendo and their own release dates.
Mhm.
Yep.
And speaking of Nintendo and their own release dates, what the next franchise that was given a shot of adrenaline was Metroid, which actually was pretty much a surprise. I mean, I think
apparently it was a surprise to people within the company.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I heard that that when Metroid Other M was announced, only like 2 people at Nintendo of America knew about it. One of whom was Reggie Fils-Aimé, and the other was the translator.
Yeah.
Who brought over the information.
Nice. Like honestly, like that's and people wonder why stuff doesn't get leaked at Nintendo.
Yeah,
right. No one knows.
Yeah, they
apparently,
just
though,
don't tell anyone.
Apparently, even at Tecmo, though,
You're right.
most people didn't know.
When
either,
Koei
which
bought
is-
Tecmo,
right.
Tecmo could not disclose the fact that they were working on Metroid due to contractual obligations to Nintendo. So they basically said, "We have a project, but we can't tell you about it."
It was literally only after the deal was done could they actually tell Koei.
Right. Yeah, because you don't fuck with Nintendo.
No, no, you don't.
I mean, that's true, but they really can keep secrets.
Yeah, I mean those.
Yeah.
If they'd leaked that, then we would never see another another Romance of the Three Kingdoms game on Virtual Console again. And wouldn't that be a tragedy?
Smackdown.
So,
or another Rygar.
Yeah, I like that.
What a
game.
pity.
Terrible.
Did you? I thought
did
you gave
like
it a pretty lukewarm review.
It was, yeah, but I still liked it.
The
and
Wii
not-
version?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where he was pretty.
Yeah.
Yes, he was adorable.
It's not a bad game. Anyway.
So of course, Metroid itself is, or Metroid Other M itself is not really germane to this podcast, but I am kind of curious to hear what you think about the game in the context of the franchise itself. I mean, Metroid itself has been kind of dormant for a while. I mean, there was Metroid Fusion, and then since then it's just been Metroid Primes,
right?
Which pretty much aren't considered real games based on what Sakamoto, the creator of the series, has said.
Well, I mean, clearly what happened was they were working on Metroid Dread for the DS, and then pulled it back, and then at some point canceled it.
Right.
So I think there was a clear indication there that they did not have, and Sakamoto had said this, I'm sure you said this in your interview as well, like, we just don't have the manpower in my division to make I guess the Metroid game they were thinking of making.
As much as I wanted to ask about Dread, I didn't derail our interview because it was so short.
Right.
I was more interested in getting information about Other M.
Although he totally clammed up on that. When he started repeating his answers about like, well, we can't really tell you about that, but we're very excited.
Yeah.
I moved on.
Which one was Dread, though? Was that the one that was...
Dread was the one that was supposed to be shown at E3 2005. And I actually saw it on a list that was passed around before E3 2005 that came from Nintendo. EGM had it, and it was like a list of here's what we're going to be showing at E3. And among the other titles on the list was Metroid Dread. And I was pretty excited about that. I was like, hey guys, on my blog, there's going to be a really cool game. It's going to be dreadfully awesome.
Right.
And it's going to be shown at E3, and you're going to like the DS now. Because that was back before people actually liked the DS.
Right.
And I was pretty happy because I liked the DS at that point, and I was jazzed, and I was like, hey, this is going to be, something to turn people's opinion
but was
around.
it going to be like the last Metroid game? Wait.
It was going to be like Fusion.
No one actually knew it. No,
Who knows?
Anything you say is just you making things up and pulling them out of your ass because no one knows anything about Metroid Dread aside from the fact that it was called Metroid Dread and it was supposed to be shown at E3 2005.
Yeah.
And I sat there. Our booth was, we had the big booth that was right diagonally from Nintendo's booth.
Yeah.
I stood on top of our booth for 2 days watching their trailer loop over and over again, waiting until they actually showed Metroid Dread in some form. But no, all we got was Scourge Hive, which was okay. But
You don't think it's safe to say that it would have been a 2D Metroid game in the style of
I'm sure it
Fusion?
would have been.
Oh, okay.
But whatever it was going to be never actually
It
happened.
didn't. Yeah.
It didn't materialize.
Yeah, they pulled it at the very last minute.
Someone up into the tea table
never
or something.
talked. Could very well be.
So yeah, I for whatever reason, apparently Nintendo decided, let's not do this.
And so I think Sakamoto was sort of handing it off to
But
the
they were
Prime
okay
guys,
with
but then he
Metroid
was
Prime
thinking-
Hunters.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it must have been really dreadful.
And pinball.
So
pinball. That was actually okay.
The point of all this was that Sakamoto would kind of handed over Metroid to Retro and Metroid Prime and that different division in Nintendo in Japan that was kind of dealing with all that. But I think he still really felt like, you know what, I really kind of want to make a Metroid game. And
Yeah, I feel like just based on some of the things he said to me and some of the things I've read him say, he doesn't really consider Metroid Prime like a legitimate, from the heart extension of Metroid.
I can
It's
understand that, I guess. I mean, I
there's
really
those
enjoyed
guys
those
in
games,
America
though. Yeah.
making
Yeah.
Texas,
and he really,
Metroid.
he was very much like, Metroid Prime is its own thing, and of course, if Retro wants to make another Metroid Prime, I would encourage them to do that. But I'm making what I consider to be the ultimate Metroid game.
Yeah. My question was, does this game take Metroid Prime's events into account? And he said, well, Metroid Prime is just this one single event in Samus's career, so it's not really relevant to this game. In other words, no, screw this.
Yep.
So yeah. Anyway, it's kind of weird. Like if you had told me, I think I've said this before in like a blog or something, but if you had told me 20 years ago that Metroid and Ninja Gaiden, those two games I loved so much on NES, would someday be teaming up to create a game, I would have called you a damn liar.
Right.
And yet here we are.
Yep. And it's not a dead cert either, right? I mean, it's very much like, okay, I hope it's good.
Just based on like the questions I asked in my interview with Sakamoto and the guy from Team Ninja, Hayashi. Yeah. Basically, I was wanting them to allay my fears. That's where my questions came from, and everything I asked, was basically me nudging them to say, "Please, please tell me this game is going to be what I want it to be." And it sounds like it is. I mean,
okay.
I don't really like the 3D Ninja Gaiden games, but part of me kind of wonders what of the Ninja Gaiden games that I don't like had to do with Itagaki, who is no longer with Team Ninja.
Right.
I have a feeling it's a pretty substantial amount. And I feel like Nintendo and Sakamoto are taking a pretty significant stake in the direction of development of the game.
With their supervision, I mean, I feel much better about it no matter what.
Right, so that means Team Ninja is kind of there to make it flashy and make it fast-paced and squeeze as much out of as they can out of the Wii hardware.
Right, and it could be a great take on the series. It could,
I am looking forward to it.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind
of optimism.
I'm surprised, but a little bit glad that from all that seems to be, there seems to be a bigger emphasis on story. But I didn't really like having to scan for story in Metroid Prime and having it sort of like this hidden thing and having cutscenes where nobody talks and stuff like that. So it's nice to have, I'm sorry to say it, I want some regular cutscenes in a Metroid game. So that's kind of nice.
I have to say, though, I mean, these days, cutscenes in Japanese video games, when they try to go all out and do, big cutscenes, it always seems very, very fake to me.
You mean like Advent Children?
Yeah.
I was thinking Twin Snakes.
Yeah. I mean,
but they're not getting a crazy movie director to...
That's true. Actually, they haven't really said who is doing.
I feel like
the video,
they have
those cutscenes.
They have. It's a company called. Do you not read Wired? It's a company called D Rockets. They are the guys who did these CG cutscenes for the Dead or Alive games.
Oh, okay.
So it's a guy. They called out a specific guy. His name. He has a bio on the D Rockets website. And what he's done. And they are the ones who are doing the cutscenes.
So how much else do we know about the game at this point? Like very
That's
little.
it.
'Cause
It
I
looks
didn't-
like it's the main gameplay is sort of 2.5D, side-scrolling, some exploration. It looks like the structure is going to be. I mean, the impression I get is the structure is going to be similar to Fusion, which is that you have a guided, directed storyline, and then within that, you kind of have to find your way around and explore, and there'll be some side excursions, and
you've got
probably
the whole,
some
like,
exploits.
It seems like it's 2.5D, and then what they showed the boss fight that transformed into like actual third-person 3D, where you
Right.
had the depth of
Yeah.
movement,
Yeah.
and
With, like, a
and then
jump
you could
into
actually
first-person
jump into
view.
first person, right? So
Yeah.
it's everything. It's everything
Yeah.
all in one. It's the ultimate video
Everything
game.
you could possibly ever want from
The
a
alpha
Metroid.
and the omega.
I hope.
You know, it was definitely a huge surprise at E3, but you know, like Nintendo collaborations tend to be pretty good. Like anyone they've ever, I mean, they've always
when they take an active hand in the collaboration.
Yeah.
When you have something like, say, R-Tune making a sequel to Yoshi's Island,
right?
Those tend not to be so good.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah,
I'm sorry, Ray. Did you like Yoshi's Island DS? I didn't hate it, but I know what you're saying. Yeah. Okay.
well, let's say like maybe higher profile collaborations or whatever.
Yeah, clearly
you know,
not.
like-
They're not just shipping this off.
Yeah,
But yeah. There's four people from NCL who were Metroid veterans who are all working on this.
Actually,
in 4 different areas.
When has Nintendo ever created a game that is such a collaborative effort with an outside studio? Can you think of any examples? I mean, there were like the flagship Capcom Zelda games.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
those were even not that heavily created.
What about stuff like F-Zero or something like that on GameCube? Was that?
True. I'm not
was
really
that-
sure
or
how
was
many
it-
people. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really know how many people at Nintendo were involved and what the
Yeah.
level of their involvement was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this. Well, I mean, actually, now that I think about it, Sakamoto even said this is something that we've never really done before. This is
Yeah.
something new and different for Nintendo.
Mhm.
So I feel like it's going to have that level of Nintendo quality and polish, but it's also going to have an element of freshness that you may not get in Nintendo games so much these days.
Well, I think that's the ideal. I think it's the ideal situation. I mean, we also have to be, cautious that maybe because Nintendo is striking out in a totally different direction, that what we generally expect from Nintendo games might not come out of this project.
Possibly, but I feel like this project, like the fact that they teamed up with Team Ninja is because they said we need to make a game that our hardcore fans, our old style fans will like, and so they'll get the hell off our case. And so hopefully they won't, feel like they have to hold your hand up until the very final battle.
Right.
I guess we'll see.
We will.
Yeah, I mean, because otherwise, I mean, what would Nintendo come up with on its own? I mean, like for someone like it would be great to have, something like a new Super Metroid or something like that if it was up to me or whatever. But most people wouldn't. Go for that.
If it was up to me, there'd be a new Super Metroid every day.
Right.
I don't feel like Nintendo is capable of making a game like Super Metroid anymore. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way, just that what was so great about Super Metroid is that it was a game that dropped you into a world and said, find your way out.
Yeah.
And they don't do that
They
anymore.
don't do that. They don't play that game anymore.
The game was about solitude. It was about discovery, exploration, and Nintendo, I don't think they have the confidence in their audience anymore to let us find our way through games. I don't think
that's a really good
I don't think
point.
most developers
Yeah.
do.
No, you're
I think
right.
most,
You're absolutely
especially
right.
Japanese publishers, they and maybe it's because of their core audience in Japan wants to be pampered and have their hands held. But you don't find a lot of games like that where you're just dropped into a situation and told how to, not told how to get the hell out.